The House of Pain is in effect, and anyone that steps up is getting wrecked. So you can jump around here this Saturday night, final Saturday of October 2024, for some college football with Penn State and Wisconsin. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to, as well as stay up to date. So like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for another blue and white victory here this evening, as the Lions are on the road once again, coming off of a bye. But 2 weeks ago, of course, winning in overtime, 33-30 at USC. We'll get into a recap plus a preview momentarily, but once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Thumbs up button as mentioned. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great appreciated as well. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off with Rogue Energy. Be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in cannered tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, secondhand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way. As most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Makara, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off as well. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, just in time for Halloween next week. As you can find it on Amazon, and then once you go check it out, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. And also, if you haven't done so already, be sure to scan the QR code behind me. So, another week of college football about to be done and over with, unfortunately. We've hit the midway point of the season. Penn State 6-0, coming off a bye, as mentioned, their second bye of 2024 last week. So now it's into the home stretch, this final month of the regular season. Road game tonight for next month is a mixture of home and away games. More in Happy Valley than on the road, though, but because of playing at home as often as they did to begin the season, with only one road game before 2 weeks ago, and now tonight, you know, that's just the way it's shaken out and evening out. More road tilts in the back half of the season. So obviously still got to take care of business. Home, away, neutral site. They're 6-0 once again. First game in 2 weeks since they won in overtime at USC, 33-30 for the Dollar Man, Mr. Come On Down, Ryan Barker, as he was 4-4 14 days ago. And the Lions are now 6-0 for the second consecutive season. But as I said before, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Because from 4 consecutive 5-0 starts, 21, 22, 23, 24, we know how 21 finished, to 7-6, 22 to 11-2 with a Rose Bowl win. Last year to a 10-3 campaign with another New Year's Six bowl bid, losing the Peach Bowl. They would obviously became the first college football program ever in history to win all of the New Year's Six bowl games, but obviously came up short last year around New Year's then. But here we are, Halloween time, spooky season. They're on the road at Wisconsin. Another 5-0 start. Not how you start. It's how you finish down the stretch. So 6-0 for the second consecutive year. We know how last year went. As just mentioned, you know, another 10-2 campaign, but then you lose the bowl game rather than win it as they did the year prior. But regardless of all that being said, obviously you still got to take care of business. You know, one play at a time, one drive at a time, one quarter at a time, one half at a time, one game at a time. The want-to-know mentality, if you will. I think tonight's game obviously with Wisconsin being the opponent, as Penn State's won 5 in a row, haven't lost inside of Camp Randall since 2011 at the end of the year after Joe had got fired. And Wisconsin was in their 3 consecutive years of going to the Big Ten championship game, winning the Big Ten championship game, and going to the Rose Bowl. So those teams, obviously, no doubt about it, were pretty damn good. Yeah, at Wisconsin tonight, and it's up front. Just knowing Wisconsin's going to want to run the football, and same thing with Penn State. Whoever controls the line of scrimmage is probably going to win this game. Obviously, Penn State on the road, though, again, Drew Aller going to have to be smart and make some plays, as Wisconsin has a top 10 passing defense, I might add, as well. So, obviously, we'll see what it gives. I'm sure something will. Obviously, side on paper, side on the field. We'll see what happens. That's why they play the game. But Wisconsin's 5-2. They didn't have that good of a first month of the season. 2-2. Lost to Alabama at home, hosting Penn State tonight. They'll host Oregon in a few weeks. So, I mean, for the Badger faithful in red and white at home, I mean, those are, in one full season, 3 pretty damn good home games, I'd have to say. From September to October, November, for that matter, all spaced out. It's not like, okay, that's tough, 3-game stretch, or a tough month for that matter. But Wisconsin started 2-2. They've won 3 in a row. They're 5-2. Penn State at 6-0. Now bowl eligible with a win 2 weeks ago at USC. Wisconsin's trying to become bowl eligible tonight with a win over the Nittany Lions for the first time since 2011. Penn State beat them in 12. Penn State beat them in 13. Penn State beat them in the Big Ten championship game in 16. The last time Wisconsin came to Happy Valley was 2018. They'll return the favor in 2 years in 26, so an 8-year gap from that game to the next game. Penn State won in 18, and then Penn State kicked off the season in 21. Back to fans, back to reality after COVID. Penn State went to Wisconsin to begin the 2021 season and won in the final minute because of the defensive stand. And now they're back in Madison, jumping around inside of Camp Randall, taking on a whole pack of Badgers once again this evening. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. But, Wisconsin, they're not who they were, whenever they obviously started the season, the first month in at 2-2, losing to Alabama at home as mentioned, and just not losing, they got beat pretty bad. They got blown out at home by the Tide, and then the Tide started to turn for the Crimson Tide and rolled in their opponent's favor, and obviously Alabama's lost a few as of late. We'll get into college football recap and a preview sometime tonight as well, so stay tuned for that. But the common opponent with Penn State and Wisconsin is Southern Cal. It's USC, as both teams had to go to the LA Memorial Coliseum. Wisconsin had USC right where they wanted them at, but that was when USC was coming off the road loss at Michigan. They got Wisconsin at home. Trojans beat the Badgers. And obviously USC went to Minnesota, lost, hosted Penn State, lost. USC lost at Maryland last week before they beat Rutgers last night, as the Dodgers, Lakers, and USC all won on the same day for the first time ever yesterday, which is a little hard to believe with baseball, basketball, and football. If only, with the NFL teams, if they were also playing, that would have been an even bigger, more notable stat for what it's worth. But we're not talking about Los Angeles. We're talking about Midwestern college football in the Big Ten with Penn State and Wisconsin. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. But yeah, USC is the common opponent with the Nittany Lions and Badgers. As Wisconsin went to USC, lost, but since then, like I said, they've won 3 in a row. Penn State at USC 2 weeks ago, winning in overtime, bye week. Here we are tonight. and night game, and then obviously don't want to look ahead to next week, but with everything in the news right now, and who might be showing up and so on and so forth, night game to early game at noon for a big noon kick on Fox next Saturday. Be a short week, quick turnaround. So obviously got to get through tonight, but then we'll get into that discussion later. How do you continue to build and keep pushing forward. So leave it at that for that. But really just should be a good game tonight overall. You got two rich historic programs in the Big Ten, and both these teams have the most wins over the past decade through the college football playoff to have not made the college football playoff. So, they're right there, literally right there on the cusp of, going a little further along into the season, playing a little extra, if you will. Obviously now it's at 12 teams, you just really got to be in the top 10 come season's end, not the top 5, top 4 for that matter. But like I said, Penn State 6-0, coming off of a 33 overtime win at USC 2 weeks ago, game-winning field goal, 33-30. Bye week last week. Now, that overtime win for Penn State was the first overtime win for the Nittany Lions since the start of the 2018 season, which was the Appalachian State game, 45-38. It was the first game-winning kick for Penn State. They said technically first game-winning field goal for the Nittany Lions since the start of the 2014 season, which would have been James Franklin's first game at Penn State, which was played across the pond in Ireland against Central Florida, as the Lions beat the Golden Knights that Saturday morning with a time difference. And technically that is right. That's a game-winning field goal. But the game-winning field goal in overtime last week, 2 weeks ago, with the bye week last week for Penn State. It was the first overtime win for Penn State since 2018, App State, but it was the first game-winning kick for Penn State with the extra point in the Pinstripe Bowl to end the 2014 season against Boston College, which was a huge win for the program, if you might recall, because of the sanctions Penn State had the few years prior, and then everything was lifted as that season began. So they were able to go to a bowl game that year for the first time in a few years, even though obviously they were bowl eligible in 12 and 13, but obviously because the NCAA is NCAA, they couldn't. But technically, first game-winning kick since the extra point by Sam Ficken, who had come a long way by that point in time too, as we all know. But yeah, first game-winning kick since the extra point by Ficken in the Pinstripe Bowl. And then it was, speaking of Wisconsin, the first overtime game-winning field goal for Penn State since 2012 on Senior Day against their opponent this evening in the Wisconsin Badgers. So, obviously on Wisconsin for the Badgers, a certain undefeated Pennsylvania high school football team has the same fight song for what it's worth, I might add, but 10-0, moving on in the state playoffs. Wish them well. Like I said, Wisconsin's on a 3-game winning streak. They were 2-2. They're now 5-2 if you do math. But USC is a common opponent, and like I said, Wisconsin had SC right where they wanted them at, and then USC just pulled away late in the game. Whereas Penn State, they were down and they had to come back, and a couple fourth down conversions a couple weeks ago, and scoring to tie to force overtime, and then a missed kick, and then a game-winning field goal. Okay, there you go, as we all know. But like I said, Wisconsin's going to want to control the line of scrimmage. You know what you're getting when you play Wisconsin. It's their offensive line, it's their running backs. And it started with Barry Alvarez, and then it moved on into Brett Bielema. We had Gary Anderson for 2 years, and then as of late, it's been Paul Chryst until they surprisingly fired him midway through the season a few years ago, and then Luke Fickell's been at the helm ever since, former Buckeye. So Fickell, technically, his first game as head coach against Penn State, but he was the interim head coach for Ohio State in 2011, which was the only game Penn State had won after the university had fired Joe Paterno. Because you remember, they fired Joe on a Wednesday night, lost to Nebraska the following Saturday, and then ended up defeating Ohio State on the road, but then they lost to Wisconsin at Wisconsin's last time Penn State lost at Wisconsin, I might add. And then they also lost the bowl game that year before O'Brien's Lions roared into Happy Valley. So obviously Luke Fickell at the helm, he's a Big Ten guy. You know, like Wisconsin under him is what Ohio State, you know, was say in the 90s, let alone, you know, early to mid 2000s, before they really started you know, getting as good as they've been, you know, the past 15-20 years. Like, it's just that old school football, you know. It's a one up front, and that's why I said even Wisconsin, because it is sort of a match made in heaven with the two of them. You know what Wisconsin's, you know, gonna want to do, and that's run the football. But overall history with these two, Penn State leads the all-time series 11-9, so 20 meetings prior to night 21. Hopefully will be a lucky number for the Nitwits, who have won 5 straight, but 4 of those 5 games have been one-score outcomes, I might add, so just keep that in mind, as Penn State is a touchdown favorite on the road this evening as the 3rd-ranked team in the country. The over-under right around 48, depending on where you look. But as they are the 3rd-ranked team in the country, you know, cream of the crop. We'll see if they can rise to the top, rise to the occasion here this evening. Obviously, you don't want to go out like no, they'll punk their bitch, but really just more so Penn State than Wisconsin, because you know what Wisconsin's going to do, but you know what Penn State's, for the most part, probably going to do too. Probably a slow start, even though it's a night game. They'll have to wake up a little bit and, you know, get something going. But at the same point in time, you would like a fast start, you know. But they have, so far this season, been a second-half team. Second-half defensive team for the most part. You know, entering the USC game, and then the streak was broken, but they hadn't allowed a single point at all the whole entire 3rd quarter of any of the previous, you know, 5 games. And then USC did get a few in that 3rd quarter, and then some more in the 4th. But, you know, Penn State defensively has cracked down in the second half of every game so far this season. So obviously he's still going to need that to occur once again this evening. So we'll see. But really, it's the run game. Run it and stop it. So if Penn State can run Singleton and Allen, cook, if you will, against these pack of Badgers, they should be all right. Like I said, though, Aller's going to have to, you know, be smart. No turnovers, nothing stupid. Any phase of the football game here tonight, offense, defense, special teams. You know, take your points. Obviously, you're on the road, but you're going to have to, you know, score when it comes down to it. So, yeah, run football, stop the run. Really get fucking Mr. Incredible, number 44, Tyler Warren, to football. All right? As looks like from Big Ten Countdown on NBC, they're going to take us from the pregame show here to Camp Randall Stadium, and we're going to jump around with the Lions and Badgers, as the crowd is still filing in. But just get Tyler Warren the ball. He is their offense, along with the running game. He is. 2 weeks ago, he had 17 catches for 224 yards and a touchdown. And the touchdown he caught was on the same play. He snapped the ball from center, and then it was a double pass, and then right down the middle of the field, he caught it. Okay? And the 17 catches are now tied for the most ever by a tight end in a single game in college football history, I might add. Along with the 224 receiving yards are the most by a Penn State receiver in program history, but the most by a Penn State tight end in program history and in Big Ten history, for that matter. So, obviously, if he's double covered, somebody's going to be open. You know, like that's why I said Aller's going to have to play smart. Just take what the defense gives you. Starts up front. They got to run the football, open up the pass, take some shots. Just, you know, you can't be turning the ball over on the road and, you know, not having a running game and still expecting to have a chance to win. So if they can run the football, if they don't turn it over, if they can capitalize off some turnovers, maybe get the return game going for once this season, because that's non-existent. You know, maybe that'll be a factor tonight for all we know. Highly doubt it, but you just never know. So there's that for you. But because mainly every fucking kickoff and punt return is fair caught, and they're starting at wherever, you know, that yard line's at, for that matter. But just run the football, all right? Like, play Big Ten football tonight. And even though it's surprisingly, you know, still warm here in central Pennsylvania and Happy Valley, it's cold this evening in Whiskey. So it's Big Ten football weather for sure. So 3 yards, cloud of dust, run the football, run some play action off of it, get Tyler Warren the ball. But like I said, if, you know, he's not open, somebody's going to be open. You know, get them the football. Whether that be Wallace, Fleming, you know, Omari Evans, Liam Clifford. Like, it doesn't matter. Just move the football. Get first downs, get some momentum, rhythm build up, and get a fire burning. Seriously. Get a spark and capitalize off of it and drive and score. So, you know, Penn State's gone to Wisconsin at night, got their ass kicked before, you know, lost, you know, close games, won close games, but then they've also blown out the Badgers. So, you know, with all that being said, and the series history being what it is, 11-9, and Penn State's won 5 straight, you know, tonight could be, honestly, who knows what the hell's going to happen. Any one of those, to say the least. So, really, it's kind of, I think it's going to come down to the run game, but more so than not, Drew Aller against Wisconsin's top 10 passing defense. I believe it's 3rd in the Big Ten and 7th in the nation, if I'm not mistaken. And then really 3rd down, converting on 3rd down, getting the hell off the field on 3rd down, and then Penn State's defense in the second half. Can they make stops when they need to? So, aerial shot of Madtown, and the blue and white have traveled. That's no surprise in the nation in attendance. So we are Penn State, and arriving yesterday. Obviously, night game on the road. You're just sitting around waiting to play, you know. So, and we'll stop what I'm saying right now and shut up and listen. They give the intro, and we'll kick this sucker off here. And here comes Saturday night. Saturday night's all right for fighting. We're going to get some action in, and like I said, jump around a little bit. So, should be a good one. Penn State, Wisconsin. Haven't met in 3 years. And, you know, that game came down to the wire. I said Penn State's won 5 in a row in the series, but 4 of those 5 18 being the lone exception. Penn State won by 12, so it's still a close game. Less than 2 scores. For those 5, count all 5 of them for that matter. They've been close. But 4 of the 5, they've been 1-score games. That's 8 or less. And Penn State's a 6.5 point favorite tonight, over under 48 once again. So, Big Ten Saturday night on NBC. We'll have no Eagle. Penn State national champion winning quarterback Todd Blackledge and Catherine Tappan on the call. And it's homecoming for Wisconsin, so they're juiced up. But yeah, Penn State's 3rd in the country. They got to 3rd in the country after the USC win, with a few other losses. And then the bye week, they stayed put with all the games last week. And then here we are tonight. So we'll see what happens. I'm as excited as I think you are probably to see how this game's going to go. Because it might very well be a barn burner. Yeah, they're different, like I said, than what they were in September. 2-2. They've won 3 in a row. USC's the common opponent. Wisconsin went to USC, lost. Penn State beat the Trojans, but hey, that was then. This is now. This is this game. So go out and take care of business. Yeah, Tyler Warren, get him the ball, like I said. And if he ain't open because he's double covered, triple covered, whatever, somebody else is going to be open. So get them the ball. But yeah, Tyler Warren's Mr. Incredible. He's a tight end. Okay, so he's going to block. He's going to catch. Special teams, he's going to tackle potentially. But he's ran the ball. He's thrown the ball. They figured out the kicking game, or else he might be kicking the ball right now. But he snapped the ball on a double pass play 2 weeks ago and then caught it on the same very play for a touchdown. So we've talked about that enough. We'll see how it plays out here tonight. But team's about ready to enter the field of play, exiting the locker room and walking out of the tunnel. I don't think no fan is paying $1,500 tonight and leading the team out by any means, as they did 2 weeks ago, which was absolutely fucking hilarious. As Penn State has the largest alumni association in the world. Nittany Lion was in California, where he lives, and as there's Michael Robinson working for NBC on the field. Another former Penn State quarterback and beat Wisconsin a few times, early mid-2000s, as Wisconsin's going to be in all red, head to toe, other than the white helmet with the red W. So, Fickle and his cutoff. As Wisconsin takes the field. No, but a Penn State fan 2 weeks ago literally paid $1,500 at USC to do the fan experience to walk out with the team. And there was no, okay, you have to be a USC fan to, do this. There is now, after Penn State did it. Catherine Tappan with an interview for Luke Fickle. He says start fast. Yeah, up front, line of scrimmage. Yeah, I told you. They're going to run the football and control it up front. That's just who they are. Yeah, Penn State's explosive, so we'll see if they can continue that tonight. So teams are on the field. We'll have coin toss kickoff momentarily. But, yeah. big one in the Big Ten, if you will. A battle with the Lions and a whole pack of Badgers. We're also going to be watching LSU, Texas A&M, along with Michigan State, Michigan, and SMU, Duke, once that game kicks off. All right, sorry for the technical difficulty. I think we're good. All right, yeah, a little buffer disconnect, reconnect, but yeah, as I was saying, no fans leading the team out tonight. But that was absolutely hilarious from 2 weeks ago. He signed up to do it, paid USC the money, was the only Penn State fan that did it. Obviously now no visitors are going to ever be allowed to do that again because of what he did. But he trotted out with all of the USC fans and then waited for Penn State, who was literally like right behind him, probably a good 25 feet behind him or so, coming out of the same tunnel, and recorded himself doing it the whole entire time. And just that was then. This is now. Penn State got down early, had to come back and win. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. But and if so, it's the second half for Penn State. Especially like I said on defense. So we'll see. But yeah, about 50 degrees. Obviously, sun's down, so it's going to keep getting colder and colder and colder as the night progresses. But yeah, here's the all-time series history. As I've told you already, Penn State leads all time, 11-9. With tonight being the 21st overall meeting, the Lions have won 5 in a row. Before the last 5 have been one score. It is October the 26th. Penn State 16-4 on this very date. 2 losses to Ohio State, 1 to Pitt, and the other to Princeton. 5-0 back in 1898. So hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. But Penn State's on the kickoff, so Wisconsin's going to get the football here to begin the game. See how the defense fares against the running game. They can stop the run. Get after the quarterback, force some pressure, create some turnovers, capitalize off of those in the points. So Gabe Owusu on the kickoff, left to right, and Wisconsin on the return will be a touchback. So 1st and 10, Badgers as we begin this ball game. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So we'll first have stats and scores, recap, preview, final stats and scores, and we'll go from there. See if Penn State can turn down for Watt. 1st and 10, Wisconsin. Ball 25-yard line. Penn State in their road whites, Wisconsin in their home red on red uniforms. Pass incomplete, some pushing and shoving. But let's see here. Well, it only took 2 seconds on an incompletion. So 14:58 here. 2nd and 10. Going deep. And nobody there. So miscommunication somewhere, obviously. He wanted him to run a go route, but he stopped and ran a comeback on a curl. So they're giving signs. Obviously, you have in-helmet communication. But 3rd and 10 here for Penn State, or Wisconsin, excuse me. See if Penn State defensively can get off the field and get their offense the ball 1st, 2nd, 3rd down, and then convert themselves. That's a false start. Yep, left tackle. Back him up 5 yards. Be 3rd and 15. So it seems like a lot has happened from 7:30 till now, but technically only 8 seconds have gone by in this game. And Wisconsin's got a 3rd and 15. Trips near side in a bunch. And over the middle is caught. Tackle him. Oh my God. 3rd and 15, you give up 20. I mean, come on. And now they're going to go hurry up. So 1st and 10 Wisconsin, they'll move the sticks. Miss tackle, and then they finally wrap them up. Good God. So from the 40, 1st and 10. And now they'll run the ball, but Penn State right there to stuff them. So 2nd and 10. Yeah. Damn good defense at that. So 2nd and 10. Another run up the middle, maybe a yard, maybe 2 if he's lucky enough, 3rd down.
They do not stay blocked very long. You can't run slow developing run plays against them. Misdirection can work because of their aggressiveness and their speed. And again, another unenviable 3rd down situation against this defense. They converted on 3rd and long last time.
So yeah, we'll see if Penn State defensively can get off the field. Keep it 3rd and 15. So here's 3rd and 9. We'll see what it gives. From the 41, they need midfield. They need the 50. Play clock winding down. I'll get the snap off. Pressure, but pass over the middle. High, incomplete. So 4th down, they'll punt. Penn State can get the ball here. After a long and very slow first 2 minutes of this game. So if the offense can do, so if they can get something going, spice some shit up. And, they almost blocked the punt. And then, oh my God, you gotta be fucking joking. Really? God. They almost blocked the punt. But then, well, you can tackle him in the open field once he takes off. Yeah, they almost blocked off the edge, but no, ran right through, and then he's got a lane and green grass in front of him. And remember, it was 4th and 9. You don't need 10 yards on a run then. So basically, Wisconsin just ran a fake punt because of a Penn State fuck-up with almost blocking the punt but being too fast with it. So they maintain possession and have a 1st and 10 now inside of Penn State territory. Run 9.5, maybe 10 yards. We'll see if it's another 1st down or not. They say 2nd is short. So, yeah, it just depends on the spot there. But just, how does that happen? I mean, you're going for the block. He decided not to kick it, obviously. Smart by him, because he knew it was going to be blocked. Held it. Penn State ran right by him, and he's like, I'm just going to run. Well, you can still tackle him. But they decided not to until they already got the 1st down. Like, that's what I said. How does that happen? You were off the field, forced a punt. And then that happens, and it was either Kimber or Fleming, and if I'd have to guess, probably Jalen Kimber, because he's a DB and more so not going to be playing special teams over Fleming at wide receiver. Because if Fleming was on special teams, he'd be back receiving punts. You know, they went from Caden Saunders, now Zion Tracy, who both wear number 7, I might add. You know, so it's that, you know, college double number, but I just don't get how the fuck that happens. I don't. So how do you hopefully force a kick now? Because one play after that first down, they ran it, had a what? 1st and 10, now they got a 3rd, 9 to 33, so they're in field goal range. That pass incomplete at the marker. So 4th down, and here comes about a 50-yard kick if they attempt a field goal. If not, they'll pin Penn State deep, but then you got to, be alert, be on the lookout. That's frustrating. Because then they're going to potentially get 3 points out of this. When you got off the field, yeah, you're going to be pinned, deep, driving though, which, all right, they've been able to do that from down inside their 5. 50-yard field goal from the right hash, kick's going to be up and kick's going to be good. So Wisconsin leads Penn State now 3-0 with 11:05 to play here in this first quarter because of a special teams error. And then it, results in 3 on special teams as well. So we'll see about that 3 points later on as this game progresses. As I'll take commercial break and we'll get back to the action here in a minute. So we'll hit the reset button and move along. But, man, that's just frustrating. That shouldn't happen. That should not happen. But it obviously did. So you play through it, and it is what it is. Just hopefully it doesn't happen again. Just obviously should never fucking happen to begin with. I don't get that. I don't. It's like, wake up, because they already gave up 1 first down, on 3rd and 15. They're about to give up another first down, and then Wisconsin punts, and then actually they don't punt because Penn State almost blocks it. That would have been huge if they would have blocked the punt, no doubt about it. It might have been a punt return or punt block return for a touchdown because there's nobody there with the punter other than who was about to block it in Kimber, number 3 by the looks of it. And obviously you don't know where the ball is going to go, but at the same point in time, that's really why he was able to take off and run the way he did, because he had lane and green grass in front of him. And he needed 9 yards, so he got 10 and a little bit more than that and first down. So they had him off the field, and then drive stays alive because of miscue there. And then they get another first down on the very next play on a run right up the middle, and then they do have to settle for 3 drive stalls. But just, that's mind-boggling. I don't know what else to say. So I won't say any much else about it at this point in time. Yeah, so we'll see if that 3 comes back to bite him at any point in time, but hopefully not. Just should have been a block punt. Should have been tackled in the open field. If not, because one way or another, there you're setting up shop, 1st and 10, short field, right around midfield or so. You're getting points, off their mistake, but you just gave up points off your mistake to begin the game. So now they have momentum on their side. How can you respond? And yeah, they showed a replay of it again. And Dom DeLuca was the one who pushed him out of bounds after he got the first down. But obviously the damage is already done there. And then, yeah, they make a 50-yard field goal. So just frustrating. Very, very frustrating that happens this early in the game. So Wisconsin on the kickoff. Penn State returned for about the 2-yard line. Singleton to about the 19. So Penn State will set up shop there. 1st and 10, now down 3 because of special teams with almost blocking a punt, but nope. And then give them a first down and then give them a field goal because of the fake out on your mistake of running too fast and not blocking a punt. And then nobody else was there. If there was somebody else there, he might not have got a first down, but we'll leave it at that. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 18 out of the gun. Aller will fake the give, dump off Tyler Warren, 2 yards for him to the 20. So second and 8, like I said, get him the football, get him touches. You know, he is Mr. Incredible. He is their offense, other than their running game, you know, which is two-headed monster in the backfield with Nick Singleton and the fat man Katron Allen. So we'll see how offense fares down 3-0, let alone just in general on the road, hostile environment here this evening. Handoff on a draw up the middle for 2, maybe 3 yards to the fat man. So third down, like I said, we'll see if they can convert. Talked about third down pregame. Third down with the running game by both teams. Run it and stop it. But third down for Penn State. Can they convert offensively, and can they get the ball off the field on defense? Well, we saw how the defense fared. See how the offense does here. 3rd and 5, under 10 to play as they trail by 3 from the 23. Yeah, 3rd and 5. And Fleming will motion in. And Aller will step up. And pass caught at the 40. Fleming, speak of the devil, with him in motion. He had 2 big catches against USC 2 weeks ago. One on 4th and 7, the other on 4th and 10, which led to the touchdown drive to tie the game to force overtime, and then the game-winning field goal, obviously. And because he really didn't have much going for him, really wasn't doing much before then. Now they're getting him involved a little bit. 2 catches, then catch here on third down to keep the drive alive. So they'll motion everybody to the far side, empty set, and then they'll throw a slant over the middle from the near side, complete to Harrison Wallace for a Penn State first down. So move the sticks. Yeah. Just eye candy. Okay, everybody thinks it's going to be a bubble screen, top of your screen. You got some blockers, but no, we're going to throw back across the middle, near side on a slant for a first down. So maybe take a shot. Wisconsin wanted to go deep right off the bat, but you're in Wisconsin territory now at the 48-yard line, 1st and 10. Obviously, yeah, you want to run the football. They will. The fat man breaks a couple tackles, lowers the shoulder, maybe 5 or 6 on the run. So 2nd and manageable coming up. Just keep it going. Yeah, talk about tempo. Talk about them being up speed, high-powered, fast-paced, no-huddle type of offense. That's when they work. Well, Aller goes down on a sack for 3 there. There's a flag on the play, though. We'll see what that dirty laundry is from the Zebras. Had a false start on Wisconsin. We'll see what this is. Be a legal substitution on Wisconsin. So 12 on defense, 5 yards, no sack, and automatic first down. So no 2nd and, medium, 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5 is what it was. Take the sack, 3rd and 8. And Wisconsin was running the guy off. It's still at 12 in defense when the snap was snapped. And the ball was snapped for that play, And so they get an automatic first down out of it. But they work best offensively in no huddle. They do. When they get going, they don't stop. 1st and 10, quick pass, far side, complete Warren, and another 4 or 5 yards, push out of bounds. So just keep it simple. Balance, consistency. You got to get some momentum and rhythm on your side. You're already down 3-0 because of what that fake punt was, even though it was a punt with a missed block and then it's going to turn into a fake punt and a first down, seemingly a fluke is what I'm going to be calling it, because, that just does not happen. That's why, how did that happen? 2nd and 5, run, and fat man for 5 and a first down. So move it again. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
This is one of those exotic things. This is a wanting. They're starting left guard, so they put another offensive lineman.
Yep. And then boom, sit your ass down. Oos with a big block. Throw them up. We the ones. Wisconsin better acknowledge Vegayon. Penn State with a 1st and 10. 3rd and a yard. Oh, my God. And they're throwing. Wide open. Oh, my God. Catch the ball. Wide open. You can't get much more wide open than that. And Fleming, a couple big catches. This one hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it. Oh. And on 3rd and a yard, they're running. Why not? Or throwing, excuse me. Why not fucking run it? Any day to throw. You know, like take off and run. They're going to go for it on 4th and a yard. Well, trouble with the snap. They'll sneak it. I don't know. I don't think he got it, but it's all going to depend on the spot. And the refs called timeout. Wisconsin saying turnover on downs. That's going to be a big fucking sequence with, son of a bitch. They need to wake up. That's what they need to do. I'll tell you that. But obviously going a little too fast bit him in the ass there. Trouble with the snap. Yeah, they recovered it, but you're sneaking, so you're pushing as the ball's, moving as well. And Wisconsin stuffs them. So turnover on downs. Penn State gets nothing out of that. And go back to the play call on 3rd and a yard. Why not just get a yard? Okay, even with throwing it, you're wide open. You're still going to make the catch. He's wide open and he drops it. And they get down, to the Wisconsin 30-yard line or so. Okay, they'll sneak it on 4th and yard, go for it, and then they don't get it. So turnover on downs, Wisconsin ball. And you're in a hole now, 3-0, because of that punt with what happened there. Which we're going to call it a fluke punt because that's what it was. They were going to punt. They weren't running a fake. But Penn State almost blocked it but didn't. So Wisconsin capitalized off of it. Just took off and ran, got a first down. Drive continues. They have to settle for field goal. And then Penn State's driving. And then that fucking happens. I get it's early, still a lot of football to be played, but that's 3 points for them that they shouldn't have, and then that's points, for the most part, left off the board for you because you're in field goal range. I'm not saying you should have kicked it, which, yeah, no doubt about it, they should have kicked it now though, since turnover on downs. Hindsight's 20/20, but still, I didn't mind going for it, because they do like going for it, and like an 80% success rate on 4th down. So you're in a good position to go for it. Yeah, you probably go for it as well, but just that bit him in the ass. And so back to where we just were, and you're still down 3-0, and just very, very frustrating. Seriously, you're down 3 when they shouldn't have a single point as of now, and with the drive you had, and it ends the way it did, and you should have points. Wisconsin shouldn't be up right now. Penn State should be up. Whether that be 3-0 or shit, we're tied 3-3 or we're tied 0-0. Just is what it is. What can you do? So I'll leave it at that, and we'll see how it plays out from here. So we know what Wisconsin's going to want to do once again. It's run the football. That's what they're doing. So Penn State's got to run it themselves offensively, but stop the run on defense. Get pressure on the quarterback. Make them make a few mistakes. And just make sure what happened on that punt doesn't ever happen again. Seriously, I still don't know how the hell that happened. I don't. Because it wasn't a fake. It was just a fuck up. and they were able to capitalize off it, and Penn State couldn't. So what can you do? Because it's going to boil down to just not the running game, and who can run, who can stop it, and third down, and so on and so forth. It always boils down to turnovers with mistakes. Whoever doesn't shoot themselves in the foot with turnovers, penalties, etc., is going to win the game. Third and short, they get a first down, so the drive continues. Kobe King on the tackle. Just, man. Out of the gun, they'll run it again. Reed from behind on the tackle. And, okay, both things happened with the punt and that fourth down stop. Like, back-to-back drives. Opening drives to begin the games, I might add. So, don't want to have it happen at all. At least it's early, because just a sequence, just back-to-back with that. Like, if this would be happening late, like, that's a shit ton of momentum. Like, this is momentum to begin the game, but, like, you're going to get teams settling down, settling into the game. You'll still look back on it. That's why I said hopefully the 3 points doesn't come back to bite in the ass. But they should have points to run, but they don't. But this is what it is. This is overall frustrating. So that pass over the middle, bobbled, dropped, incomplete, and got a third down? Yeah, 3rd and 9. Which is what they were in before the 4th and 9 and then the punt on their opening drive. So, and right around, where they're at now, from the 40. Needing midfield. That's a hold. Oh my God. Pass caught, first down. And there's a flag on the play, so it might be coming back. Yes, thank you. He literally tackled the defender. Holding, 10 yards, replay the down. Thank you. 79 with a false start, 79 with a hold. Well, they called the hold on the left tackle. There's a hold. Well, okay, that is the hold. Yeah, because he came inside, swam on him. And that's what I saw too. He tackled him. When it looked like it was the center of the guard, but it was the left tackle coming in and holding him. Still hold, still penalty, 10 yards, back him up. You have 3rd and 19. Get the hell off the field and get the ball back. And then you're still in a good spot, with it being early and only be down 3-0, but should be tied at 0. Slant, caught, and they go to the 38. Got a 4th down. Bless you, Oki. How you doing, buddy? You all right, buddy? No? So 4th and 11, Wisconsin's on the punt again. But we know what happened on the opening drive. Penn State back deep to receive. And Wisconsin does punt, so Penn State on the return, but they have no return game as it is. Zion Tracy, 10, 15, 20, 25 to the 28. All right, that's probably their best fucking punt return all season long. Got a 1st and 10 with a chance to forget about how this game started for him. 2:54 to play in the first. Go tie this game up. Go take a lead. We'll see difference-wise what it's going to boil down to later, but at least it's only 3-0 because it very well could be 3-0, 6-0, 7-0, 10-0. Shit, 14-0 Wisconsin right now, for all we know. But Penn State does get off the field there, and as they did early, but then just that fucking punt happened, and what can you do? What can you do? So, leave it at that. See what the offense does. I'm running the football. I am. I'm establishing a running game. I mean, Aller, with the offensive line protecting them for the most part pretty damn good, every game. Yeah, he had a sack earlier already, but then remember there's a defensive penalty, so automatic first down, drive, stays alive. From that to just how the drive fucking ended, you have a miscue on the snap on 4th and short, you go for it, and don't get it, so turn downs, get off the field on defense, so back to it. Yeah, 18-yard line, 20-yard line on the first drive, about 28, 30-yard line now on this drive, so we'll see what happens. But because it didn't really matter whether they started at USC, they were able to drive. So we'll see if they can drive here on this drive and tie it up, get some points, touchdown, take a lead, whatever. It's just on the road, you want to take your points while you get them. You don't want to be chasing later because then you're going to be in a tough spot. Crowd's going to be against you, so on and so forth. Just never really, works out that way. But, yeah, man, just what's new, really? Here we are, another Penn State game, another slow start. Even though it's a night game, they're still waking up. That is the tough part about going on the road, though, and it being a night game. For anybody. You travel the day before, you're obviously staying over, but then all day, game day, you're just waiting to play. You're just hanging out, getting ready for the game. Oh, God. So, no return on the punt. Penn State, after review, had caught it, but his knee was down. So, obviously, in college, you're down when you're down. It's not down by contact. So, it's no return on the punt. No 30-yard line to start this drive off at. It's going to be first and 10 Penn State at the 10. So even worse than their opening drive. But like I said, even with that, they've been able to drive. So I'm not that concerned right now. Pass, complete far side. Who was that? Wallace. Maybe a little defensive hold. They're letting them play though. Handoff on 2nd and yard, first down. See, you done it on 3rd and yard, you got a first down. Who knows how the drive, ends up. But you're throwing, which, all right, but then just wide open and incomplete. And then the trouble, turnover on downs. Just, they can't catch a break, nothing going their way. Aller over the middle, caught Warren, stiff arm, still not going down, but they'll give him forward progress. And it's going to be Inspector Gadget, Tyler Warren. I like more so Mr. Incredible. He can do it all. But just, they went all out with this graphic, didn't they? They'll give him forward progress. We'll see where it's at. Okay, 2nd and short, not 1st and 10, because it was right there on the marker. But you didn't want to go down. Shuffle pass over the middle. Warren, first down, and then some to the 46. Goes 44. Penn State's getting something going with them. Like I said, get him the ball. He is their offense other than the running game. Because we know the receivers, they really, even with the depth, they don't have a number 1. They don't have a number 2. They don't have number 3, number 4, number 5 receiver. It's a, little of this, little of that. It's like shaking fucking salt and pepper on your fucking french fries. Maybe some cheese. We're in Wisconsin. Crack cold Miller while you're at it. But you got to keep this going. Keep getting the ball. Keep getting Tyler Warren the football. 2nd and 8, I get. He's going to have to come out, which he is out on this play, but there's other guys on offense. Down the middle, Aller, Dinkins, another tight end. Khalil Dinkins, 16, from North Allegheny in the 4-1-2. Used to wear some black and gold. Now he's wearing blue and white. Reynolds, 85, the other tight end, tripped and fell. Aller going to avoid a sack, dump off, complete, first down, inside the 20, 15, 10. goes 10, Singleton inside, down at the 8. And they got a 1st and goal to end the first. So Wisconsin leads Penn State 3-0 at the end of the first 15 minutes of play. They'll switch ends, and Penn State will have a 1st and goal knocking on the door to begin the second quarter of play, looking to take a lead. Yeah, they are in business. So you got to punch it in. You got to strike while the iron's hot. So, see if they can obviously tie it up if they got to sell for 3, but punch it in, take a lead, go up 7-3. Get a stop on defense. Get some momentum going into halftime. They kicked off to begin the game, so they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. Just crazy first quarter with everything that happened. Yeah, just, man. Could have been a hell of a lot smoother than what we just saw, for sure, no doubt about it. But obviously it wasn't. You know, this is how the game is being played. We're not playing, we're not coaching. We're sitting here watching it. I'm calling to see it, as I always do. And thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. But yeah, just nothing in sync, if you will. Whether that be dishes or just rhythm. So, should have points. They don't have points. Hopefully, going to get some points and go from there. We'll leave it at that. So, I'll update some stats and scores momentarily, but yeah, just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Link in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great appreciated. Go check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Scan the QR code. And yeah, we'll see if Penn State can get some points here. As it's 814 and the 814.
That's coverage you can count on. That's 6 News.
It's in Saturday night. It's brought to you by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And stand up to all day. Call a timeout against Haiti. Wisconsin homecoming parade festivities last night here in Madison. The band out and about, always in unison up in the air.
First and goal from the 8 for Penn State. Got to punch it in. Got to score. Starts up front. Be able to block around the football. Yeah. Yes. All right. So they got just nothing stupid. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot now. Penalties or turn the ball over. I mean, seriously. Like, just don't. Where's Warren at? Lined up. Going to be top of your screen with him now coming in motion. They got 2 other tight ends and 2 backs in. And they'll hand off to one of the 2 of them, that being 13, not 10, but the fat man, Katron Allen, for about 2, maybe 3 yards to the 5. Second and goal. Running again. Running again. Now they're going to throw. Far side. Back of the end zone. And caught by Singleton. How the hell did he make that catch? I don't know. But he did. And that's 6. Hopefully make it 7 here. Yeah, one-handed into the breadbasket. Yeah, sort of a picker rub, if you will. And well, Singleton was supposed to, I think, cut into the flat, but he ran a diagonal route into the corner, and Allard just lobbed it up for him. And good coverage by the DB, but just one-handed it and wrapped it in, and got movement up front. Barker extra point, good, but not going to count for the time being. So they'll say false start on Penn State. So how the hell does a false start on an extra point happen? I don't know, but we'll reattempt the try now.
Singleton quickly becoming one of the best receiving options for this Penn State offense. The game-tying touchdown on the receiving end in the fourth quarter against USC 2 weeks ago. And now the first score of the day here.
So Barker will once again attempt this extra point to go up 7-3. Snap, hold, kick, good. Penn State leads Wisconsin 7-3, 14:37 to play in the first half. Show a replay. He had two tight ends wide open over the middle too. But yeah, Singleton just somehow made the catch, and he's in the end zone, so the touchdown as he went down. Luckily, he held on to it. But 7-3 here, early second. Maybe we'll go to 65 tops. I mean, obviously, right now, well, first off, most touchdown passes in Penn State football history. Drew Aller now has tied Todd Blackledge, who is on the call tonight for NBC. And, yeah, they're showing off the hair. I have mine tucked tonight, but, yeah, just you think about Penn State in the pass game, yeah, there's been quarterbacks, but stat-wise, up until as of late, like, it's just not there. Like, Penn State's not a quarterback school. Penn State's linebacker you. Penn State's a, running game, running back school. Hell, only Heisman Trophy winner is John Cappelletti at running back, but Penn State kicks off in Wisconsin with a good return, but there's a flag on the play. Is this coming back for a hold or a legal block in the back? Please and thank you. Yes. During the return, holding on the return team, be 10 yards from the spot of the foul, first down, so no return for Wisconsin to the Penn State 30. Let's see a replay.
This is a great call. This was a huge collision between the fast track and the guy flying down the field. Watch number 38. I think this is him right here. This is a big-time collision. And they both end up on
They called a hold on that. Yeah, if I'm Wisconsin, I'd be pissed too, because that ain't a hold. That's just a hit. Yeah, so Penn State lucks out there. Yeah, that's not a hold. I agree with that. So, I mean, obviously I'll take the penalty, back them up, 1st and 10 Wisconsin at their own 13-yard line, not the 30 of Penn State, and a, 80-yard kickoff return. But then they get a first down and 15 yards right off the bat to begin this drive anyway. So 1st and 10. Yeah, that's not a hold. Not unless they called a hold on two of the other blocks that were nearby and they just messed up the number. Fake the give, pass down the middle, caught, dropped, incomplete. Pick up the ball. Is that incomplete and a fumble, or complete and a fumble, or an incomplete pass? Okay, incomplete. He never caught it. Yeah, with what was that, 5 Cam Miller and the one Lane 10, who's been in for Winston past month and a half or so. Obviously, still got Jalen Reed in secondary. AJ Harris, Jalen Kimber, Wheatley. So 3rd and short coming up here for Penn State. So see if the defense get off the field here. They caught a break on the return game with the penalty. But they gave up first down. Wisconsin a couple plays later, 3rd and short. 3rd and 2, more like a yard and a half. Hand off and Powell pushing, so they'll move it. It'll be first down, Wisconsin. Quick screen, near side, incomplete. Penn State has the ball just in case. But yeah, incomplete, 2nd and 10. Play to the whistle. The ball's on the ground, pick it up. You never know what the call is going to be. So from the 39, 2nd and 10. Penn State leads by 4 here. 12:34 to play and a half. Both teams still all 3 timeouts. Obviously, all the 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning. And then 20-minute halftime. Penn State will get the ball back to begin in the second half. So, like I said, with that touchdown, momentum-wise, can you keep it on your side? And then they give it a big return with the penalty, and then see the defense get off the field. So, 3rd and 7. Come on, defense. And they run a screen. That's a hold. Carter and Rojas on the tackle, though. It'd be 4th and about 2. They want to go for it. At least the offense does. We'll see what the coaches decide. Carter was going to blitz, and then they dropped. And a good decision to do that because they had a lot of pressure, and then they were just running the screen anyway, so tackle in the open field, which they've had a lot of missed tackles this season, no doubt about it. 4th and 2.
It's a smart play here. It's a one-possession game. See if you can flip the field with a good punt here.
And Wisconsin on the punt. Penn State will let it bounce inside the 10. It'll be down to about the 7. So that's where they'll start, but like I said, I don't think it's really mattering where they're starting at because they're able to drive. Just hopefully it's not a quick 3 and out, and you have to punt yourself, and then they get a short field to work with to go back up. But under 10 to play here in the half, you want to go on one of those drives. You want to work some clock if you can. So run the football, some short, quick passes, stay in bounds, just don't turn the ball over, drive and score. So see how they can add on to what they already have. I mean, no doubt about it, not the start they were hoping for, but what's new. And even with the bye week, that doesn't matter. It's like this all the time, so nothing new. Live with it. Live to play another down. If, like I said, they can work some clock here. Field goals, good, I'll take it. You're up 10-3. Touchdowns even better. It's a 2-score game at 11, 14-3. Get another stop, maybe even score a game before half, depending on the time. We'll see. But then you're getting the ball back to be in the 3rd quarter of the second half. I mean, you're putting pressure on them. When, they had a little bit of a spark early because of the sequence of a punt that should have been blocked, and then it was a fake and a first down, and then 3 points for them, and then, Penn State drives and turnover on downs and no points, and then you do drive and score, and then you get a stop here on defense, and luck out with the penalty on the hold on the returner. Else Wisconsin would have been set up in field goal range, right off the bat. I mean, 7-6 then, maybe even 10-7 now, but defense gets off the field, offense gets the ball back, so we'll see what happens. Leave it at that, but 7-3 here. Second quarter, and they'll give us an update. It's LSU, Texas A&M that we're watching, along with Michigan State, Michigan, and SMU, Duke as mentioned. But we'll update some stats and scores in a little bit, so stay tuned. But you got to take care of business. Whether it was a slow start in the first quarter there, shit not going your way, or whatever the case may be, I get next week. Don't look ahead, though. You still got to take care of business tonight. So 11:07 to play here in the half. Penn State with a 4.73 lead, 1st and 10 from about the 7-yard line, 8-yard line. And an empty set out of the gun with the fat man in motion. And they'll run it to him on a sweep, far side, out past the 20 he goes for a 1st down. About, it was slow to get up, but 14-yard run or so. Yeah, boom. Just keep it going. So I said, run the football, work some clock here if you can. Stack on to what you have. Singleton in motion, and they'll hand off to him sort of on an end around as he came in reverse. He literally did a 3-point turn and half a second, and just, okay, I started here, I went that way, now I'm going to go back around this way, I want to give, but really didn't go anywhere, so it didn't work. Yeah, no gain efficient on the play, 2nd and 10, that's going to be a hole. Dump off to Singleton, so 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. They didn't call a penalty on the fat man block. It looked like a hold to me. I'll take the no call. These refs are letting them play. They're calling the obvious fouls, penalty-wise. They're letting them play, you're letting them play. Just don't, start throwing flags all the second half, and if you are calling penalties, call it down the middle. Call it down the middle, on the problem. Clifford in motion. They say 3rd and 4. How the fuck is that 3rd and 4? Aller going to pump fake, dump off, fat man far side, lower the shoulder, but he ain't going to get it. So they work, 2 minutes, but get a 1st down, and then 3 plays later, punt. So at least they got some yardage to flip the field. So Penn State on to punt. And Wisconsin on the punt return. Elsden wraps them up around the 36, 37-yard line or so. So they got some yards on that return, but not much. So 7-3 Penn State, and now we're deadlocked. We're at that point in time in the game now that just stand still. Teams are settling down, settling into the game, and see what happens. So I'll leave it at that. But obviously, you're not going to score on every drive unless you're absolutely rolling. But it's still early. A lot of football to be played. Just keep getting stops. Seriously, just keep getting some stops. Try to run the football. Try to work some clock. It's early, low scoring, 7-3, but before too long, you would think, because both these teams, you know, we've seen what Penn State, you know, can do when they get going. They can score, get stops on defense. You're holding them next to nothing. But Wisconsin, at the same point in time, from what I've seen, a few games I've seen of them this year, you know, they're coming off of a 20-point win at Northwestern last week, 23-3 on the lake, in the, you know, makeshift stadium the Wildcats were using while Ryan, Phil, and Evanston's getting redone. But you know, 3-game winning streak. They blew out Purdue, who, okay, really ain't that good, but gave up, what, 6 points to them, 3 points to Northwestern. Only getting up 7 here to Penn State right now. So, like, obviously Big Ten football for them, you know, defense. Which, that's no surprise with Wisconsin. It's not, you know, like I said, you know what you're getting when you play them. And it's like that for a handful of teams in the conference. The others are like, all right, we'll see how this game goes. But tonight it's a mixture of both. You know, we'll see how it goes, just the way both teams are playing. But it's always still back to the basics. You know, it's the little things that add up. So, there's the Lion. Haven't seen old Bucky Badger yet. I wonder where he's at. Might be in hibernation already, for all we know. I don't know. From the 37-yard line, 1st and 10, Wisconsin, slant over the middle, caught and dropped with Tracy on the coverage.
That's his second drop of the game. He's too valuable part of this offense. They try to go to him on the first play. It's another
Yep,
throw.
right in front of the ref, too. That's incomplete.
He missed opportunity on first down.
Ronaldo understands that this is a guy that can be a game changer. They love putting on
Wisconsin, 3 wide, near side, bottom of your screen, really trying to spread out this defense, and then they'll run a draw up the middle. But Penn State right there, Zane Durant, tackle for loss. Just, yeah, you're not going anywhere. You're going down on the ground is where you're going. Boom.
He beats 2 offensive linemen just with his quickness. He gets in there. He wears 20. I don't know if this is a reason, but he was a running back in high school, and he has that kind of athleticism.
So 3rd and 10, still 37. They haven't gone anywhere on this drive thus far. 8 minutes to play in the half. Pressure, pass complete, or intended near side. Should have been complete. Receiver was wide open, but quarterback completely underthrew him and falls incomplete.
But he has enough protection. Walker staying in there.
Yeah.
And he could have allowed
They could have got a defensive hold, too.
press man-to-man.
Yeah, just good coverage. So Penn State defensively, they get off the field. So they're going to get the ball back here. You know, obviously less time than what they had to work with on their last drive, but and it'll be a touchback in the end zone. So 1st and 10, Penn State at the 20. 7:49 to play in the half. Up 4 with 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning. Like I said, go on one of those fucking drives. Work some clock around the damn ball. Go drive and score. You know, get a twofer. Like, seriously, whether it's 10, 14, 3, but double dip, you know, and then pressure's on them. Because then you're maybe even scoring again before halftime. Like I said, who knows? But it's really just that momentum into the second half, and, you know, scoring early 3rd quarter if you can. You know, just put it to them at that point. I'm not saying they're out to score by any means. You're only up 4. You know, but you should be up more. And they probably shouldn't have anything. You know, they're lucky to have their 3 points, to be honest with you. But they still have it, you know, so you got to give it to them. It's 3-0 and then 7-3. So, yeah, leave it at that, and we'll get back to it. Just, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions.
In other words, she wants more to see, more inflation.
More open borders, more disastrous foreign policy. Why would anyone vote for more of this? Restoration PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
If itty-bitty value meals from other places could talk, they'd talk like this.
If Arby's $7 double meats meal could talk, it'd talk like me. Arby's, we have the meat.
Okay, trainees, let's work on our fast and friendly claim service. Eyes on the phone now. Look at that, Drew.
Your appearance has been scheduled.
Nice.
Yes, I'm gonna run ponds I can.
How's that? Oh, I'm gonna turn this down to an A. My bad. We can do this all day. Driver claim service is 24/7. That's a nice catch. We take for the road.
For savings and service, get more with Geico.
Who shot his teacher at point blank range?
No, he's a boy. The principal saw the and did nothing. Who's more at fault? Student, the adult. Well, Tuesday, NBC will be cut.
Back in Madison, time out for a big shot brought to you by Nissan. It's not Where's Warren, it's Where's Warren. Where's Penn State lined him up all over the H-back, the slot receiver, the inline tight end, the normal tight end position. Out wide is a wide receiver, and again, it puts so much stress on defense that he's able to make
Yeah, just keep the defense on their heels.
patience and responsibility.
Get them rocking.
He's been targeted
And you make the noise. Drive and score. So 1st and 10. And all right. See what they got up their sleeve here. Haller wanted to go far side, gonna step up, tuck it, and run. Gets about 8, maybe 9 yards, depending on the spot. So 2nd and short. Yeah, he's got a cannon. Some good blocking up front too.
You think you hold on defense, and he extends the play and makes a positive game with his feet.
By the way, I think it's easier for us to find a little bit than it is for the defense to find one right now.
All right. So direct snap on 2nd and 2. No. Singleton only got a yard. He probably should have handed it off to Haller. He would have got a first down. See, now when they, do the trickery, they do too much. Because look at Purbuella's now in the ball game. Like this drive has been trickery. It's all it's been. Oos in motion, about ready to put somebody on their ass. 3rd and yard, they get a first down. Hey, that's all that matters. Keep it going. Yeah, how would you like a freight train? Veggie Hone, Big 71, Big Oos, running full speed in motion, and then the ball snapped, and then boom, you got to block them.
That's all they've been talking about all week is, hey, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. It's all just to get back to basics. Sure, every now and then you're going to get hit with an explosive.
1st and 10 from the 31. Haller, they're going to run the option. Singleton to the 40, 45. What is this? Fucking 2002? Zach Mills, Larry Johnson, Penn State, Wisconsin. Hold on the offense is coming back. All right, I'll live with that one. Yeah, he took it down to the ground. That's a hold for sure.
Terry's making a lot of faces at us.
So 1st and 20 now for Penn State. A 7-3 lead with 5:35 and counting to play in this first half. And they get the ball to begin the second half. So as I said, if they can do something here before halftime, get momentum and get the ball back early 3rd quarter and score again, then okay. Shuffle pass. Get about, 4, maybe 5 yards of those holding yards back. 2nd and about 15, 16-ish. Mari Evans in motion. And Aller going to step up. And ends up tucking it and running. He wanted to go deep, but he wanted to tuck it off, dump it off, but he decided to tuck it and run. But just good coverage. Nobody's open. You got to do something. Can't take a sack. So 3rd and 12, they say. Yeah, about 3rd and 12. 3rd and 13. Aller pass, incomplete near side. So Penn State's going to punt again. So Penn State punts. And a fair caught. Return at the 28-yard line. So 7-3 Lions with 4 minutes to play and a half. As I said, we're locked in now. You know, not a hell of a lot's going on. So we'll see what gives. Just back and forth with defense making stops, really. So what offense is going to get a spark? You know, it's supposed to play. You know, Wisconsin's had their chances, no doubt about it. But Penn State's been able to stop them. After, you know, early they really weren't able to. They weren't. Especially that opening drive with that punt. You know, that's 3 points. Yeah, they should be probably shutting them out 7-0 right now. Not up 7-3. Think about it. You really do. So, yeah, just back to defense, get another stop, and see what happens from now until halftime, and see how this game plays out from here. You know, still one play at a time. Anything can happen. We know that. You know, the games today either been, you know, close or blowouts. There's, from what I've seen, really wasn't much of, you know, the in-between, you know. So, yeah, just obviously people would and have been calling this like a trap game for Penn State, you know, with where they're ranked and, okay, you got to go on the road and who you have next week and so on and so forth. Okay, I get that, but you can talk about that all you want. It's really the history with these two. It's just how they're playing right now. It's you got to factor everything in, and you think you might be right this way or that way, and it might go this way or that way, but just when you think, you know, shit needs to change, or however you want to put it, everything always stays the same, you know. So it's always that, well, back of your head of, yeah, you knew this was coming. You did. So. Yeah. Somebody's got to take charge. So, if they can hold the lead and continue to lead and scores more points. But second down coming up here for Whiskey, second and about 2. As it's 7-3 Penn State, and a late whistle and a timeout, maybe false start. Timeout. Penn State. They're first. So it'll still be 2nd and 2. What, they're going to give up a first down there probably. They have 12 on defense for all we know. So yeah, big drive here. Get a stop. Because still with not doing anything offensively, yeah, you still have your lead, but if you get a stop, maybe even get the ball back again, obviously give yourself some time, but just hold them to next to nothing, hopefully. Yeah, whether you're not doing anything or whether you're doing a little bit or a lot, like Wisconsin's making plays, but it does seem like Penn State is in control right now. Not by much, but it does feel like that a little bit, even though we're, like I said, deadlock. So, like, yeah, you want to just give yourself a chance. 2nd and 2, handoff for 3 yards and first down, which they had that on the last play, and then you call the timeout, so you're down now timeout, giving them some time, but just get a stop, get the ball back if you can. If not, then okay, give up nothing, or next to nothing, field goal. Don't give up the lead, because that's just going to be back and forth. But then, yeah, you're still going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, handoff, missed tackle after missed tackle after missed tackle. And they finally wrap him up. And he still only got about a yard, maybe 2. 2nd down. But he should have been tackled right there. And right there. And right there. And right there. And then he goes down. Like, come on. Like, how do you not know how to fucking tackle? 2nd and 8 from the 40 slant, which they haven't been able to cover all fucking season. Call that first down, Wisconsin out past midfield. So they got 4 timeouts now because they got 3 of their own plus 2-minute warning coming up here. And now they're on the right side of the 50 with some momentum, and they're going to try to get themselves back on top here before half. So 1st and 10, Wisconsin. Probably the final play before 2-minute warning. Yeah. They run a reverse near side, and then Rojas with the tackle in the open field. So 2nd down with 2 minutes to play. Penn State leads Wisconsin 7-3. So Penn State, you still got those 2 timeouts. You get a stop, 2nd down here, 3rd down, call them, get the ball back with some time. They get a drive and score before half. Obviously, you won't have a timeouts. You have to use the sideline, but clock it. Do what you got to do. Just get in field goal range. Go try to score a touchdown. But then they, like I said, work best to hurry up offensively. It seems like that's when they're clicking, driving and scoring. Not all their points, not even most of them, just some of them. It's probably split 50-50. You really think about it, but it's the explosive plays for them. It's a chunk play here, chunk play there. They're tops in the country in that category. So if they can get a stop defensively, or hold to a field goal, I'll take it. Obviously, you want to get the ball back. You do. And then you just don't do anything stupid. But obviously, that happens. That happens. Be even more pissed off than I was earlier on the punt fiasco. But you want to try to get the ball back here if you can with some time. No doubt about it. And well, if you do, you're probably going to have to drive the length of the field, but that's nothing new for him, so I'm not worried about that. But like I said, if so, though, just don't do anything stupid. But try to get the ball back. If you hold them to nothing, then okay, good. If you don't get anything out of it, then okay, fine. It stays at 7-3. But if you can hold them to nothing, next to nothing, field goal, it'll be 7-6. But then you drive and score, kick the field goal, score a touchdown, 10-3, 10-6, 14-3, 14-6 at half. Get the ball back to begin the second half. Get something going then you're in a good spot. You're up 2-3 scores at that point, essentially. But obviously we'll get there when we get there. So still got to get off the field here defensively. Like I said, we'll pull up some stats and scores here. Let these update. Normally, I would have already got to these at least once. Haven't just as of yet, so we'll just do all that at halftime, like we would do anyway. And then we're gonna recap some college football, preview some college football. If we get to the NFL, we get to it. If we don't, we don't. But obviously, the NFL will continue this weekend. And then, so the second half plays out. That's an old helmet. From the 43, 2nd and 6. And a handoff. Oh my God. Broken tackle, first down. How, just seriously, how do you not know how to tackle? You learned that literally on the first day of football. Boom, should have been tackled right there. And he just bounced it and cut back up into the middle of the field and got a first down. And now Penn State, you don't want to stop the clock. No, let it fucking run. Let them worry about, doing what they want to do. You still want to get stops. I'm not saying to let them fucking score, but just, you don't want to give them more time than what they need or want. Because, why would you do that now after giving them a play like that? That's little things, man. So 1st and 10 from the 31. And pass high but caught inside the 10, down to the 4. 1st and goal, Wisconsin. Double move. Yeah. I mean, come on, man. And denied Dennis Sutton. Down, injured. It looks like it's just cramps. He's trying to stretch out his right leg by the looks of it, so. Yeah, he probably pulled his hamstring. Or just got a fucking cramp. Yeah. Probably cramp, like I said, by it. Right on the inside of his right thigh. So, I mean, it's not fully your, hamstring, which obviously is behind, but as I said, it has to be a cramp. The only other thing I can think of would be like a hernia, which would be, they call it a core muscle injury now. It just wasn't stretched out enough, obviously, with cramp, but then just something happened. I don't know. He gets up, walks off, but it was in, the private area. And it wasn't like he got kicked in the nuts or anything like that, so just... Obviously, I hope he's okay. Never want to see him get hurt, regardless of what it is. And yeah, Wisconsin's got 1st and goal because that injury was on the back end of that pass play to get him this 1st and goal from the 4-5 yard line. From the 3, they say. 1st and goal, Wisconsin. Come on, defense. And they're running up the middle. Carter on the stop with Wheatley and a few others. Yeah. Gang tackle. Didn't get exact numbers. Penn State will call their 3rd and final timeout with 1:34 to play. Wisconsin's 2nd and goal. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th and goal. Even with Penn State not having any timeouts, Wisconsin might fucking run the clock out. You know? Because if they just run, like, Penn State gets the ball back, unless Wisconsin scores, like, on this next play. Penn State might get the ball back with maybe 20 seconds. If you know, 2nd here, 2nd there, you know, math's correct. Like, because it ain't going to be a lot, regardless of whatever it is. If it's 2nd, 3rd, 4th and goal, and they, you know, which they'd probably be stupid not to go for it, you know, if it comes down to it, rather than kicking it and, you know, taking the points. And remember, the 3 they have is off that punt issue. They're just punting, and then it was almost blocked, and they get the 1st down, and they get a field goal out of that drive. Or else this would be to tie the game if they don't have anything at all. Out of the eye, they'll fake the run, play action to the tight end. It's high, incomplete. Yeah, that's on the QB. Yeah, how the hell did he miss him? I mean, that's like the Fleming pass that he dropped earlier. How the hell did he drop it? So incomplete on 2nd and goal. Make it 3rd and goal. Clock stops with the incompletion, so that helps out Penn State since I don't have any timeouts right now. But they luck out for sure. Come on, defense. Yeah, exactly. Out of the pistol, now out of the gun. They'll motion both tight ends near side. They're going to throw again, and it's almost picked off at the goal line. And that flag on the play. And then it still was almost caught in the end zone as he was falling down. And then 12 on defense for Penn State. And that's a costly penalty because it's going to be a 1st down. Or no. Replay the down, be 3rd and goal, not 4th and goal with incompletion. But wasn't the other 12 on defense for Wisconsin against Penn State, wasn't that automatic 1st down? I mean, I get it'd be fucking half the distance since your goal to go, but just shoot yourselves in the foot. Little things, man. Miscues here and there. You can't have it happen. From the 1, 3rd and goal, they'll run it, and they'll walk in touchdown. God damn it. They have 9, going to make it 10 points because of a miscue on a fucking punt that they should have blocked, and then they get a 1st down out of it. Wisconsin gets a field goal on the drop. And then a 12 on defense penalty on 3rd and goal. You have an incomplete pass. It's 4th and goal. Settling, forcing a kick, and then no. You know, very next play they run it in touchdown. So, yeah, you have your 7 points, but they have 9, make it 10 here, the extra point. And that they shouldn't have at all. They should have nothing. But because of your fuck-ups, Wisconsin now leads Penn State 10-7. The only good thing about them scoring when they just did there, even though Penn State doesn't have any timeouts left, they're going to get the ball back with 1:23 to play. So, obviously, drive, tie it up, take a lead again, 10-10, 14-10, if you can get it before half. And then if not, you're getting the ball back to begin the second half. So hopefully you're going to have some points to show for from now until then, if not more, because hopefully you can double dip, get momentum all the way back on your side, score here before half, whether it be a field goal, whether it be a touchdown, 10-10, 14-10, but then you score again early 3rd quarter, and then you're up, you know, whether it be 17, 21-10, you know, potentially. let alone 13-10 if you got to settle for 2 field goals. But yeah, no timeouts, minute 23, Penn State getting the ball back. Touchback, 1st and 10. Nitwits at the 25, and you're not running the ball. And if you are, it's going to be on short, 2nd, 3rd one just to get first down, clock stops, keep driving on. It's going to be short dump-off passes with some screens. It's going to be some slants over the middle, maybe a deep post. Maybe they take a shot. Where's Tyler Warren gone? Like, seriously. Said his name a lot in the first, quarter and a half or so, but then he's gone quiet. Get him the ball. Get 44 the ball. 1st and 10 from the 25. Aller, far side. Pass complete. And Wallace gets out of bounds on a pick of about 20 or so, depending on the spot. 1st and 10. Minute 18. That play only took 5 seconds. And they got 20 yards out of it. That's it. That's the explosive play for Penn State for you right there. Chunk yardage. Keep it going. You have no timeouts. Get out of bounds as well. Clock stops because of it. They do just all that. So keep it going. Go get some fucking points here before halftime. 1st and 10, ball at the 43, they say. Empty set, or no, back to his right, excuse me. Allen with a block, but then Aller gonna get sacked. Be 2nd and 13. Gotta go, gotta hurry back up to the line. Gotta go. Clock's ticking. Tick, 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 tick. Let's go. Snap the fucking ball. I mean, he really can't throw it away at that point. He's going down on a sack. They do get it off here. Dump it off on a screen, but into the dirt it goes, incomplete. So clock stops. It'll be 3rd and 13 with 53 seconds. You have a 15, 20-yard pass over the middle. I mean, maybe you just run a draw. Maybe you run a screen. Wisconsin might get the ball back here still before half because Penn State can't work any fucking clock. And they got 3 timeouts with a lead that they shouldn't have. Play clock winding down at 5. They have no timeouts to stop it. Gotta go. Snap the damn ball. 3rd and 13, Aller down the middle. It's incomplete. So clock stops. He probably should have took a sack. But then they still would have called timeout. So, and Aller's limping to the sideline. So hopefully he's okay. You have Bo Perbula behind him. But they'll have 20 minutes to get him looked at until the second half begins. Yeah, he just sailed that over the head of his intended receiver. Incomplete. 4th down, no punt. So Aller going to go in the locker room because they're going to be going into halftime here anyway. Penn State punts, but guess what? Wisconsin's getting the ball back. Return from the 8-yard line on the punt to the 20 on the return. 3 timeouts in 38 seconds with a 3-point lead. It looks like it's his left leg. Maybe his left ankle, left knee. It's his left leg. He was able to limp off. He's limping off the field into the locker room now. Yeah, he just got twisted up. There wasn't anything that snapped or popped, or he was yelling at somebody. Like, who the fuck are you? Sit the fuck down. Like, somebody must have said something to him. And Wisconsin just going to run it. And doesn't seem like they're going to do anything here before half. And they're going to go into halftime with momentum on their side. They led 3-0 at the end of one. They're going to lead by 3 here at halftime, 10-7. But with momentum on their side, going into half, Penn State will get the ball back to begin the second half. And so we hit halftime, 10-7. And Wisconsin with 10 points they probably shouldn't have, to be honest with you. But because Penn State's fucking it up, with 2 plays. That's why they have 10 points. Like, that's how close this game is. Or else it'd be 7-0. So Wisconsin has Penn State right where they want them at. Hopefully Drew Aller's okay, obviously. If not, it'll be Bo Prabula. And behind him, Drunkmeyer, 17. So, because Jackson Smolik was hurt in the offseason, and obviously not playing. And then not the Steeler great linebacker Jack Lambert, but they have a quarterback also named Jack Lambert as well. Penn State does. Not Jack Ham, the former Penn State linebacker, also played for the Steelers, who's on the radio for the Nittany Lions with Steve Jones. But that's where you're at quarterback-wise. Okay. So hopefully Aller's okay. I mean, it didn't look serious, but it's clearly his left leg from his knee down, something with his knee, his calf, his Achilles, his ankle, his foot, something. So whatever that obviously might be, hopefully it's okay. He seemingly just got rolled up on, twisted. They said on the replay, it didn't look like anything popped or snapped or, anything along those lines. What the hell's this? This is a new commercial.
Most homeowners just check in on us now and then.
That's a good one. That's the first time I'm seeing that. That's good. That's a good one. We've had some good commercials since football's been started, I'll tell you that. But that's a local one for Penn State football. Obviously tired of the political commercials, no doubt about it. We'll get into that a little bit later on. Obviously the main thing right now is Wisconsin leads Penn State 10-7 at halftime, and Drew Aller might be injured. So if he is, if he ain't, whatever the case may be, if he's playing or if he ain't, Prabula's in. Obviously, Prabula's going to have to make some throws, which he very rarely does. He's more in on running plays than anything else. But they got to help him out in the run game. Okay, you have Singleton, you have Allen, so run the goddamn ball. Get Tyler Warren to football. They were going to him, seemingly went away from him, though, but Wisconsin defensively, well, they had the chance to cover him. But then somebody's going to be open, Like Wallace has a couple catches. Fleming had a catch, but then a big drop. Clifford's been blocking. Evans has been in motion. But other than that, it's been dump offs on screens, the backs. Wisconsin leads by 3, 10-7. 10 points, like I said, you think about it, probably shouldn't. But they do, because Penn State, with the early 3-0 lead for Wisconsin, forced a punt, almost blocked the punt, and then because they messed that up, Wisconsin was smart enough to run and get a first down. That drive ends in a field goal. Penn State responds with a touchdown, 7-3. They haven't really done anything since, because remember, their opening drive was a turnover on downs, and then they scored to go up 7-3. Because we had that wild sequence with the punt and then the turnover on downs, but been a whole lot of nothing since, for sure. So like Penn State could have 3 more points because they went for it on that 4th down. Didn't kick it, went for it, didn't get it. So it could be 10-10. If Wisconsin has the 10 points they have, which they do, so you give it to them. But, yeah, like I said, get Tyler Warren the ball, keep running it. But with the 3 Wisconsin has off the not a fake punt, but that's what it's going to go down as. It's a fluke is what it was. Just a miscue by Penn State. Almost blocked it. Wisconsin smart enough to get a first down, drive ends, and a field goal. Penn State opening drive, turnover on downs, could add points there, no doubt about it. But it was probably right call to go for it because they have momentum, but then you don't get it. Because that 3 points would be nice to have right now, no doubt about it. But then they have been getting stops on defense. They have. Get the touchdown, Singleton on a reception from inside the 10 for 6. And then Wisconsin catches Penn State with 12 on defense, which they called out on Wisconsin earlier too. So that's what penalty they're calling. They're calling holds, they're calling false starts, and really nothing else. They're letting them play. They're calling it down the middle for the most part. We'll see how it goes in the second half from the Zebras. But you have a 3rd and goal, incompletion, back-to-back incompletions, I might add, from 2nd and goal to 3rd and goal. And then another one, 3rd and goal to 4th and goal. And they're going to settle for 3. Wisconsin is. Be 7-6. No, penalty on the Penn State defense, very next play they scored. So, because of the miscue punt and the penalty, Wisconsin has 10 points. And Penn State, they have their 7. They probably should have 10 themselves. But you think about it, they're probably lucky to have the 7.5. And now you got a situation with, right before halftime, on a drive after the touchdown he gave up because of the penalty, 10-7, you get a big first down and then nothing. And Wisconsin gets the ball back. They decide not to do anything, so we had halftime. But Aller on that 3rd down got rolled up on, twisted his left leg, left knee, down, and limped off, limped into the locker room. And like I said, good thing about the injury happening when it happened, I'm not saying it's a good thing he got hurt, and everyone seemed to get hurt. So don't mix my fucking words. Just so we're clear. Just, 20 minutes from when it happened, getting into the locker room with halftime, this would probably be the one that, even though you're down, you probably want them to get the ball back to begin the second half. But at the same point in time, no, you kicked off, you deferred because you won the coin toss, and, you're getting the ball to begin the second half. Yeah, you'd probably like some extra time, but you should know coming out of halftime if he's good to go or not. So hopefully he is. And then if he is, even if he ain't, he's probably still going to want to play, so we'll see if they let him. But then if he ain't, it's going to be Bo Prabula with Ethan Grunkmeyer backing up. So they show off some scores. We'll get into those later. It's right now, is Drew Aller okay? Because if he is, play him. If he ain't, we'll see if they play him. But if he ain't, Prabula's in. Regardless of who's playing quarterback, run the goddamn ball. Singleton, Allen, get Warren the football, just move it. The offense really shouldn't be changing that much. Prabula can throw. Really hasn't thrown a hell of a lot this year. It was all last year. I'm not saying he can't, but he's going to be in a tough spot. So how does, he play through that? Because that's going to be a lot of adversity, to say the least. Just, especially being down. I know it's only 3, but you're still down. And it's on the road. So, and this crowd's getting hot, with Wisconsin having momentum going into halftime. But you can cancel that out and respond with some points of your own. Tie it up at 10. Take a lead once more. Go at 14-10. Keep getting stops on defense. Like Penn State might need a defense to win in this game. They might. So we'll see. Because we know Penn State's defense in the second half so far this season. They've given up very few points in the third quarter and not much more the whole entire second half through 6 games. So if they can get some pressure, stop the run, force some mistakes, get a turnover or 2, looking ahead, might be the difference. Very well could be the difference in this game, because we have yet to have a turnover by either team. Only a few penalties on each side. Costly one for Penn State, no doubt about it. And then the field goal Wisconsin got off of the fluke punt that we witnessed to begin the game. So that's sort of where we're at. That's the first half in a nutshell, and potentially what's to come. So I'll leave it at that. See what happens. But 6-minute game. So how you start, it's how you finish. We know Penn State doesn't really start, that hot, that fast. And even if they do, they slow down before they, get rolling again in the second half. But a slow start tonight, just really nothing going their way. They had the touchdown drive, but just can't catch a break here, there, anywhere in between. And, we'll see come second half if the defense can crack down and not crack, but crack down. Make stops when they have to make stops, run the football when they have to run the football, regardless of who's playing quarterback. But whoever's playing quarterback, whether it be Aller if he's good to go, whether it be Pabula, whether it be both of them, just, keep running what you're running, keep the defense off balance, keep them off guard, keep them guessing on what's coming. Maybe they'll run a trick play or two with Tyler Warren, throwing it for all we know. Obviously get 44 of the ball. That's a given. And keep running it. But, it's not a 30-minute game. It's a 6-minute game. It ain't over until it's over. Yeah, they're down. It's 10-7. But ball's in their court now to do something here before halftime. Or coming out of halftime, excuse me. They had their chance to do something before halftime, but couldn't. And then just luckily Wisconsin didn't want to do anything before half, and they want to hold the lead at 10-7. But, we'll see if Penn State can do anything coming out of halftime this third quarter. Get some momentum on their side. So just get a spark. That's all it takes. Get a fire going and burn, baby, burn. Because if they can get momentum back on their side, field goal, touchdown, 10-10, 14-10, defense for the most part, they're going to get the stops they need. They will. That's just how they are. That's Penn State defense for you. But it's more so this season more than it's been in years prior in the second half. They've completely been a lockdown D. They have. They're allowing very, very little. So obviously we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will, but that's where we're at. So that's where I'll leave it at. But in the meantime, thanks once again for tuning in and watching. These are, in fact, my college football, Penn State, Wisconsin. A lot of play-by-play watch-along reactions live here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin96, so be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. It's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. Stay up to date. Links in the description below, so be sure to go check them out. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying. Share, hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Be sure to check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, Dead and Hungry. Scan the QR code. And now let's get in the first half stats and scores. Because at halftime, Wisconsin leads Penn State 10-7. Braden Locke, 9-20, 105 yards passing for the Badgers. Walker, 14 carries, 48 yards rushing, and the touchdown. Which, okay, Penn State has a touchdown, Wisconsin has a touchdown before halftime. But the difference in this game right now is? It's the field goal to begin the game that Penn State had Wisconsin stopped on defense, forced a punt, but then almost blocked the punt, but didn't. They get the first down because, hey, I'm just going to tuck it and run. At least they were smart enough to realize that and, keep drive alive. Okay, they get a field goal. That's the difference in this game right now. Because they went up 3-0, Penn State was 7-3, now it's 10-7. Remember, Penn State could also have a field goal of their own. But they went for it on 4th and a yard, didn't get it from the 30-yard line, or else they could have a 47, 48-yard field goal or so from Ryan Barker. But 10-7 at halftime. And Penn State will get the ball back to begin the second half. So Braden Locke, 9-20, as mentioned, 105 yards passing. Walker, 14-48 on the ground with a touchdown. Pauling has 2 catches, 41 yards. Anthony, the same stat line. 1-1 on the 50-yard field goal. That's the difference in this game. Drew Aller, hopefully he's okay. We'll see. But he's 14 of 18, so damn near perfect. Fleming had a drop, which that could have been a touchdown drive. But because of the drop on 3rd and 1, which obviously run the football to begin with, but they were throwing, yet he's wide open, and then he drops it. So it's like, okay, they go for it, don't get it, So that could have been a scoring drive. Could have had a touchdown, could have had a field goal. But Aller, 14 of 18, 148 yards, and a touchdown. That to Singleton, who has 3 catches, 37 yards out of the backfield, and the score. Fat Man, 5 carries, 29 yards rushing. Singleton, 5 of 9, but Singleton has 3 catches, 37 yards, and the score. So Fat Man running the ball better. Singleton catching the ball better. Aller, 4 carries, 8 yards in his own right. Wallace has 3 catches, 40 yards. Singleton, as mentioned, 337 in the score. Tyler Warren, 431. Get him the ball. Dinkins, 1 of 17. Fleming should have 2 catches, but only 1 for 16. And Fat Man, 2 of 7. Wheatley with 5 total tackles on defense. They have technically 1 tackle for loss. No sacks. So we need pressure. We need to stop the run and create turnovers. Because a turnover or 2 might determine the outcome of this game. It's special teams right now with the 50-yard field goal. But it boils down back to the block punt that they didn't have, and they get a first down out of it. So field goal came at the end of that drive. Barker, good on his extra point, but like I said, they could have had a 47, 48-yard field goal or so if they would have kicked it rather than went for it. After the field goal by Wisconsin and then the sequence with Penn State, well, should have been a scoring drive, but they go for it and don't get it. They're also been 3-3. They're up 10-3. Wisconsin ties it at 10, and we're at halftime 10-10. If that's the way it shakes out, which is probably the way it would have if that would have went the way that potentially could have went. Big Ten commercial. Wisconsin hosting Penn State here tonight, but Washington, Oregon, UCLA, USC, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana, Michigan and Michigan State. Penn State's next opponent, Ohio State Buckeyes, but obviously still have another half to be played here this evening, but we are Penn State, Happy Valley, Maryland, Rutgers. As the Big Ten's now coast to coast, cross country, from the Mid-Atlantic Northeast to the Midwest and to the West Coast. And Southern Cal, USC is the common opponent with these 2 teams. USC went to LA, had Trojans right where they wanted them at, ended up losing. Penn State trailed at USC, came back in the second half, and won. Off last week, here we are tonight, and they're trailing at halftime once again. So, second half, 6-minute game, folks. It'll be over until it's over. Overall team stats, 10 first downs apiece. Penn State's 2 of 6 on 3rd down, 0 of 1 on 4th down, whereas Wisconsin's 4 of 9 on 3rd down, 1 of 1 on 4th down. So, talked about 3rd down earlier. Be able to convert and get off the field. Well, Penn State, not so much on either side of it. Total yards, 194 to 176 with 148 of those passing for the Blue and White, another 46 on the ground. So Wisconsin's a little bit more balanced. 105 passing to 71 rushing. 7 penalties, 4 against Wisconsin for 30 yards. 3 of 16 for Penn State. And about, a 16-second differential with time of possession. 15:08 in favor of Wisconsin of 14, not 92, but 52. Even though Penn State's playing like they've never played fucking football before. And Christopher Columbus and the Native Americans probably kick their ass right now. But they're saying a turnover on a fumble, but why am I not remembering that? They say Aller lost a fumble. Well, okay, yes, technically he did. It was the 4th and yard. but it was a turnover on downs because they didn't convert. So I don't know why they're technically considering that a fumble loss. Because that's not right. That's not how that went. We know how that went. Obviously not in their favor, but that's not how that went. But okay, that's that. 10-7 Wisconsin halftime. Penn State can get the ball back here to begin the third quarter. So they got to start jumping around. They got to make some fucking noise here. You know? Like I said, ball's in their court to do something here. I'll take a field goal. I'll take a touchdown. Take something, you know? So, see what it gives the second half, but you can pack up the bye week. You know, that's long gone. Seriously, that's long gone. That was their second bye week. You know, some teams only have one. They are lucky enough to have two this year. Just with the way the schedule, you know, in the Big Ten, along with most Big Ten teams having two bye weeks. Just with the schedule being the way it is, from early to late, August to early to late November. And the conference games and so on and so forth. So, first half, the season's over. You're 6-0. First half of this game's over. Pack it all up. Let's begin now. Game 7. Third quarter of this matchup. You're down 3, 10-7. And is Aller going to be in at quarterback is the question. No. So it's Bo Prabula in at quarterback for Penn State. So 1st and 10 for the blue and white. Yeah, exactly. Run the goddamn ball. Help them out in the run game. Then work some play action off of it. But just nothing stupid. Don't turn it over. Take what the defense gives you. They'll run Singleton. And he gets 20 yards right off the bat, first down. So I'm telling you, run the goddamn ball. Boom, boom, boom. Hit the hole and go. Off to the races. Run it again. Prabula keeps it for himself, slides, 8 yards, second and short coming up. He's a dual threat, but he's more of a runner than he is a passer. He can throw, but he really hasn't thrown this year. It was mostly all last year. So hopefully Aller's okay. But he's on the sideline still in pads. Towel over his head, but no helmet. And he's not sitting down. He's standing there. Obviously, you want to keep it loose. But seemingly, it doesn't look like he's going to be coming back tonight. 2nd and 3. Prabula going to throw. Dumps it off on a screen. It's incomplete. 10 for Singleton. So 3rd down and 3. So Wisconsin, they're going to stop the run and force them to throw, you know? So that's the thing. Penn State, just keep running the goddamn ball. 3rd and 3, they'll motion out of whatever the hell they were just in. Slant over the middle, caught Warren. First down. Like I said, get him the ball. Get him the ball by any means necessary. Get him the football. So 1st and 10. Fleming in motion in the backfield. They'll hand off, actually keep it Prabula for himself, fake the give to Singleton, and then it looked like he was going to option to Fleming near side. So, like I said, offensively, play calling wise, I don't think much is going to change. Like, it's going to be mainly everything they've been doing, but it's I think it's going to be more run heavy than, Aller being able to not pick defenses apart, but just air it out, But that's what I'm saying. Purbulla can throw if needed, but they just got to give him the right opportunity, right chance. And pass far side, incomplete. 10 for Warren on a go route. So 3rd and 7. Let's get a first down. You've gone this far already. Oh my God, he had a man wide open in the end zone. Throw him the goddamn ball. How did he not see him? And a 3rd and 7. Can they convert? And they run a shuffle. Fat man gonna get about 4 yards. So 4th and 3 from the 39, but they're not gonna kick a field goal here. No way. 39, 49. It'd be what? A fucking 56, 57-yard kick. And they won't go for it, I wouldn't think. 4th and 3, unless you're going to try to draw them off sides and then maybe pooch punt it. Oh, God. Offense going to stay out there. 4th and 3. They'll snap it, but you got a false start. So now you're definitely going to punt. Obviously, yeah, exactly. I was about to say that. You just got to get accustomed to everything because it's all new. So 4th and 8, and defense needs to stop. So Thompson on the punt again. Yeah. It'll be fair caught by Wisconsin, the 10-yard line. So, their ball up 3, 10-7, with 11:41 to play in this 3rd quarter. So, obviously, you would have liked to have gotten some points before halftime. You would have liked to have gotten some points after halftime, but nothing. And, like I said, Purbulla's in at quarterback. Doesn't seem like Aller's coming back in. Had a 120-yard run, and okay, get out past midfield, but then the drive ends up stalling. Keep running the ball. Keep it simple for him. Nothing stupid. You got to keep getting Tyler Warren the football as well. But somebody's got to step up offensively. I don't care who it is. Somebody's got to step up on offense. But it's really now going to be up to the defense to get some stops. Like I said, you're looking at stopping the run. You're looking at pressure off the edge. You're looking at a fumble, an interception of some sorts. Okay, and then you're looking at points off of that somehow. You need to get momentum on your side and keep it, especially with a backup quarterback. Obviously, they feel confident in him. They've ran him in some packages, but not much. Now he's, being thrown in, and with the circumstance it is, you still got to push through. I know a lot of people are probably going to be saying, well, this is relatable to this situation or this situation because of a, injured quarterback on the road and, shit hits the fan then after the fact. Yeah, because they've been there before. But then how do you, especially coaching staff-wise, because some players were either yes or no on that team, in the past. But just coaching staff in general, the situation, like, how much have you learned since then to, get through it this time? That's the main thing. It is. So, it's going to be the defense. Can the defense get stops? And obviously Penn State doesn't give injury reports unless they're, told so by the Big Ten, which is before the game, not during game. So DDS back out there. But from the 11, 1st and 10, stuff them on the run. Who is that? Kobe King. 2nd and 10. So come on, defense. Need stops. Need turnovers. So 2nd and 10 from the 11. They'll run it. Got to tackle him. Got to tackle him. Jalen Reed will. So DDS was hurt, good to go. Now he's banged up. And then Aller, it seems like they're just going to hold him out and see if they can win without him here in the second half. God. 3rd and 6 to a false starter and offside, but no penalty. All right. And then pass incomplete near side. 4th down. They'll punt. So the defense gets a quick 3 and out. I'll take it. So offense can get the ball. How about a good return? Get some fucking yardage on a return. Maybe D-will it up and take it to the damn house. Yeah, and a running game. Well, Wisconsin booms that punt. Tracy will field it but go down right away. So still 10-7 here, 10-12 to play in the 3rd. And Penn State 1st and 10 when we come back. So Fabiola going to stay in at quarterback, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, seriously, with Aller, with a left leg injury of some sorts, we don't know at this point in time. Don't want to speculate, but left leg, left knee, calf, Achilles, ankle, foot, something. All right. Hopefully it's not serious. Hopefully he's okay. He seems okay because he's still in pads. He didn't come back out in street clothes or anything like that. But then that's why I said it doesn't seem like he's going to be coming back in to tonight's game. You're not going to have him stand on the sideline, listen to plays, get cold, not stay warm, and loose to go back in potentially, and then throw him back out there. Like, that's obviously not going to be good for an injury. So they're going to run with Fabiola, whether that be for the foreseeable future, whether that be just for the second half here to see if they can figure it out and get themselves back in this game and just find a way to win. And then you're, into next week, but then all the talk, with next week's going to be, well, one, they can't beat Ohio State, but now they got an injured quarterback, and even though they're playing like this, and how do they overcome that? Blah, blah, fucking blah. Ain't one thing, it's another. They'll try to fucking blame this or blame that. Have an excuse here or there for it. Just try to find a way to, poke and prod any which way they possibly can. Because they won't have anything else to fucking talk about. But, man, just frustrating. They have 10 points off of, your mistakes. When normally it's the other way around. You want to score off of their mistakes. Well, they did that to you, here tonight. But just like I said, you got to help them out in the run game, which they did. The drive ended up stalling. So you got to just keep it balanced, keep it not as simple gets, but just consistency is key. One play at a time, keep the drive going, take what the defense gives you. You know, there are some signs there of good, but you got to, you know, ease into being thrown into the wolves, you know, because that's basically what's happening to Bill here in the second half now. They've thrown him into, you know, a burning building, and we'll see if he can escape. So Penn State 4 yards, 2nd and 6 from 42. So it'll be 3rd and 8 from the 40. Yeah, out of the gun. Faked the give, but he was going to keep it for himself, and then he fumbled it, and luckily he was able to recover it. Just can't have that happen when they've already shot themselves in the foot with why Wisconsin has the 10 points they have. So 3rd and 8. Bucky Badger playing Wolverine. Well, Penn State needs to be somebody from DC compared to Marvel. God damn it. Play clock was winding down. Got a flag on the play. Delay a game or a timeout. Son of a bitch. So 3rd and 8. Make it 3rd and 13. Just going fucking backwards now. You gotta snap the ball. I mean, that's how plays start. You got to snap the ball. Warren in motion. 3rd and 13 from 35. And Perbula going to look to throw, roll around, get pressured, and somehow finds 13. Fat man Cater on that one. But he's going to be short. It's going to be 4th and 2. One, I don't know how he made that catch, but on a wheel route, he's wide open. Perbula saw him last minute, but then he's just short. That would have been a big play to got a 1st down. What do? Do you go for it? Punt, pin him deep? You probably punt, pin him deep, play fucking field position. You know? Yeah. So Thompson booms it. And it'll be fair caught at the 12. So Wisconsin starting around the 10, 12 yard half. And Penn State's going to rely on their defense. So like I said, it's back to stopping the run. It's back to getting pressure, and it's hoping to get a turnover or two. Whether that be a fumble or interception, but then you got to score off of it. Difference in this game is a field goal, obviously. They had their chance to kick a field goal on a turnover on downs early in the game, but remember, the field goal Wisconsin had was, you think about it, pure luck. Not because it was 50 yards, but because of what happened a few plays prior to that. You know, the blocked punt that didn't happen, and they get a 1st down out of it and get a field goal on the end of the drive. And then they score before halftime. And Penn State doesn't kick a field goal, they go for it. Like I said, it could be 10-10, not 10-7. Let alone, 7 apiece, you know. So, defense. Where are you at? Especially in the second half. Talk about them. Penn State defense in the second half. You know, need that defense tonight. More than ever right now, okay, with the way the offense is playing. Because they're just not in sync. They're out of groove. So hopefully they can get in one and make some noise, but need momentum. Need to stop. Like I said, need a turnover or two. But just
keepers dog food in that fridge.
Just they're stuck. You know, injury, no injury. You know, they still weren't playing that good before he went down. I'm not going to sit here, you know, bullshit you. Like, calling it as I see it, as I always do, but just they still have the opportunity, they still have the chance to do something, but one player to the next, they just can't. Like that's why they can do one play here, one play there, but there's no rhythm, there's no momentum, there's none of that. Like you need a drive. You can't have one play, two plays, and then nothing, because you're not getting anywhere then. Like they're coming up just short, you know. Like they need to get something going on offense. They need more stops on defense, as I said. If not now, when? They need this defense to crack down and lock down and make stops more than ever. Right now, they do. So we'll see if the Penn State defense can play Penn State defense. You know, just season's not necessarily on the line, okay? But I'm not even getting into that discussion right now. This game ain't over. 7:52 to play in the third. I'm not getting into that right now. We'll post game later. Come on, defense, let's go. From the 12, 1st and 10, Wisconsin. And they'll run it, and Kobe King in the middle, making stop after stop. Zane Durant. Yeah, it's been a bunch of them tonight in the middle. It has. Carter, a little bit off the edge, but not much. But then it's the secondary, you know, who's stepping up there. So 2nd and 11 for Wisconsin. Come on, defense, let's go. And they'll run it again. Another tackle for loss. That's Smith-Vilbert, 92. So 3rd and a mile. Just swim. Yeah. Get off your fucking block. Rojas and King, I believe, on the stop as well. So 3rd and 14. Halloween's next week. Let's eat some fucking pie and make a stop. Get the ball back, another short field, but you got to get something going. Maybe that third time will be the charm for Pabula for the third drive when we get the ball back here. Wisconsin looking to throw. Down the middle. Picked off. Jalen Reed. There you go. 5. Touchdown. What'd I fucking say? They needed a stop. They needed a turnover. They get both on the same play in a pick 6, and they retake the lead. And they're an extra point away from making another 4-point game. 4-point lead they had at 7-3. Now it's going to be 13-10, obviously, 14-10. But just talked about King and Durant in the middle. And Jalen Reed in the secondary, the one to step up. And about a, 20-yard pick 6. Looked like he was going to be brought down about the 10, but cut the block and got an unsportsmanlike conduct on Penn State. So enforced on the kickoff. So Penn State going to kick off from the fucking 20. So Wisconsin can get the ball with some decent field probably on their next drive. Unless Gabe Woos, who can boom it deep, touchback, you know. Or somehow not kick it out of bounds, you know, and then they can run down real quick without them calling a fair catch. And just Wisconsin's probably going to start at the 25-yard on the next drive, long story short. Extra points up and good, though, by Barker. So 14-10 Penn State, 6:29 to play. But yeah, it looked like he was going to be brought down about 10. Hopefully show a replay. Here we go. And then he just got off the block, got off the tackle, and hit the hole. And you know, that's why I said 5 touchdown. Like normally it's 20, 15, 10, 5 touchdown. No, it's real quick. And just, yeah. And they only brought 3 on pressure. And he just was standing there in the middle of the field and house call. Kids are trick-or-treating. Their lights on, ringing doorbells, giving out candy. Well, Penn State gets a free 7 points on the road, saying, obviously trick or treat. You know, we want the ball, one way or another, and we're taking it. Now you have momentum. That's why I said they needed a stop. They needed a turnover. They got both on the same play, and they got points out of it. And now they'll kick off from the 20 because of the penalty on the after the play. But they have momentum. They got to get another stop. Defense going to be right back out there. So you can't, because you did something, give up something. From the 14 on the return. Okay, it's going to go down about as a 9-10 yard penalty on a 15-yard unsportsmanlike foul after the interception on the return. Because if it would have been a touchback on a kick out of the 25-yard line, well, they return it to about the 34, 35-yard line because Penn State had to kick off from the 20. So, yeah. That 5-6 yard differential, we'll see if it, comes into play. It's 14-10. Okay, it's 14-10, but it should be fucking 14-0. Let alone 14-7. That fucking field goal at the beginning of the game is just, this game goes on and on and on, just continuing to piss me off. Because I don't know how the hell that happened. You almost block a punt, but no. He runs right by in, they get a first down out of it, and then they get a field goal at the end of the drive. And that was the difference. Now the difference is the interception. But this defense still needs to stop, and then the offense, with a lead on the road, especially with a backup quarterback, you're going to run the goddamn fucking football. Okay, you're going to work clock. Handoff, tackle for loss, be 3rd and about 6 coming up. Alonzo Ford, big number 50 from ODU, who transferred in at the start of last season, was hurt all last year. Now they have him back, and he's making plays tonight. And yeah, King on the stop as well. Momentum. Talk about swing. Get off the field. Pass on a slant, caught, first down. So 1st and 10, Wisconsin from about midfield. Now they're going to go hurry up themselves. Elliott Washington on coverage, Harris on the stop. Wisconsin going deep far side. And turn the fuck around. Seriously, how the hell did you get beat that bad? Turn around. Bat the ball down. Pick it off. He caught it. And now they got a 1st and 10 inside the 20 at the 18. And now with their run game, well, Penn State's stuffing them. Ford on the stop. It's up front. I told you at the start. You know what Wisconsin's going to want to do. Control the line of scrimmage and run the football. Penn State getting off blocks and stopping the run. 2nd and 11. But then he just can't give a big pass play like that. So keep stopping the run. 3 yards or so up the middle. Be 3rd down and 7, 3rd down and 8.
Right now, these outside rushers on the run play for Penn State are not respecting the quarterback's ability to pull the ball run. They are crashing hard down the line of scrimmage to stop the run from behind.
Come on, defense. No touchdown. No touchdown. Slant. Caught, but Tracy and Rojas on the top tackle. So 4th down, yeah, they'll kick the field goal. Because even if you would give up a touchdown there, okay, you're down 3 again, 17-14, you need a field goal to tie. So they're just playing fucking catch up from behind. It's back and forth, and then it's probably going to, whoever has the ball last wins. or whoever can make, a stop. But then you force a kick, you still have a 1-point lead. Now you need to go on a fucking drive and score a touchdown. Not 17-13, 17-10 if they miss this 32-yarder, which they don't. It's up and good. 14-13, Penn State on top of Wisconsin, 2:44 to play in the third. You got to go on a touchdown drive here. You do. You got to go up 21-13, be an 8-point game, still one score, but then the pressure's on them, and then you're making stops on defense. Okay? This is going to be a big drive for Penn State offensively coming up. Because if not, okay, if you got to settle for 3, take the point, 17-13. You don't know if you're going to need them later. But touchdown's even better. Touchdown's what you want. Of course, anytime, but especially now. At least work some clock if you can. Same point in time, no. You got to go drive and score. 21-13, 8-point game. Yeah, it's one score, but you don't want to be up 17-13. And then they score, go up 20-17. You still need to fill goal with a tie. If you go up with a touchdown on your own, then you can get a field goal in the meantime. Say 20 or 17-20 or 21-24, somewhere in there, however it will shake out. Like, you're still, only up half a score, 3-4 points. Like, just, it's going to be a big drive. Can they run the football? That's the question. Especially you have a lead on the road now. The game's getting into the fourth quarter. Can they run the football when they need to? Can they run the ball? Can they continue control the line of scrimmage? Say that fucking 5 times fast. Can't even say it once. Continue to control the line of scrimmage with the run game, but then the clock. Put the pressure on them. Like, at this rate, you just want to get out with a win. Okay? Good teams find ways to win. They did it 2 weeks ago. They had to come from behind in the second half to force overtime, and then they won in overtime. Okay, bye week. Yeah, probably looking ahead of next week. But that's the thing. You never take Wisconsin or Iowa lightly. You don't. Because you know exactly what you're going to fucking get from them. And it's old school smash mouth football. It's line of scrimmage, run game, defense, special teams. Okay? Nothing new. So, another close game here with Penn State and Wisconsin, which is also nothing new. 4 of the last 5 have been decided by one score. And just need a drive. You need to take the mask off and show them what you're working with. Jesus Christ. They muff the kickoff return. Singleton gets 19, though, luckily. Good God. Not in the run game, but they're using them in the pass game, yes. And they run the ball better with Fat Man. But at this point in time of the year, injuries are all over the place. Everybody's going to be banged up. How do you fight through the adversity? 6-2-6. Let's see if they can stitch their way down to score some points. 1st and 10 from the 19. Buell looking to throw. Slant, caught. Warren for 12 yards and a first down. Or Clifford, 2. Yeah, just, hey, work the sticks. Keep it simple. Just, hey. Thread the needle. 1st and 10 from the 31. Warren got a motion in the backfield. They'll run Singleton up the middle, and he gets 8, maybe 9 yards, 2nd and short. So Rucci's in, former Wisconsin Badger, but his dad played at Penn State, so he transferred back home. So yeah, Penn State's banged up a few spots here. You know, obviously after the bye week, that's not good. You know, but still next man up. You don't want injuries to happen at all, but you'd like that if they do happen before the bye so you can get healthy. 2nd and 2, more like 2nd and a yard, and they still can't even get it. So 3rd and short as they stuff them. So, yeah, it just seemingly, I don't know, maybe a little late on the handoff. Like, it felt like he was waiting for the ball forever, and then he, you know, ended up getting stuffed. So 3rd and a yard out of the pistol. They'll run it again up the middle. Singleton first down, Penn State to the 44. With about that many seconds and counting to play in this 3rd quarter before we jump around. So, obviously, momentum there with the crowd. You know, does Wisconsin get a stop on defense because of it, or does Penn State, you know, play through it? And, you know, funnel out the noise. Probably the final play of this 3rd quarter. And they'll fake the give, pump fake, wants the screen. Verbulo's going to tuck it and run. And he gets 7-8 yards. All right, make something out of nothing. So 2nd and 3 coming up to begin the 4th. But at the end of 3, as Penn State was down 3-0 at the end of 1 and down 10-7 at halftime, Penn State has a 1-point lead, 14-13 at Wisconsin, entering the 4th and final quarter of play. As they are coming off of a bye week, but remember, 2 weeks ago, an overtime road win at USC, 33-30, and now everybody's going to be jumping around. So, how does the offense continue to drive the football? And like I said, hope to score some points here, because back to right before they got this drive going, I said you need a drive. You need to work some clock if you can, run the football, which, yeah, no shit, but go score. Go up 21-13. I'll take a field goal, comes down to it, but then it's back and forth. You need to have more than a 3-4 point lead, because let alone a 1 point lead, because that's all they fucking had tonight. They're up 7-3, up 14-10, now they're up 14-13, okay? 8 points, still one score, but 8 points is more breathable than 3 or 4, especially in the 4th quarter, especially on the road. Like, because then the pressure's on them to score, with them to score, and then go for 2 and get it. Okay, and then if they do, they do. And then they have momentum on their side, and then it's back in your court to do something. Whether that's win it or whatever the case may be. You know, just do something. But yeah, 15 minutes to play. So, can they keep this drive going? Can they drive and score? And if so, who's it going to be? You know, Verbulo, a couple decent passes. They're helping out in the run game. But like I said, even with the drives, there's still no balance. There's no consistency. You know, the other drives have stalled out. You know, they get the pick 6. You know, that's how they got the 7 points in the 3rd quarter. It was on defense. So, just got to keep going. You know, one play at a time here. Keep getting first downs. Just wear them out. Seriously, wear them out on defense. Run it down their damn throat. And just, when they're least expecting it, that's probably when you're going to want to run a play action to... Yeah, Tyler Warren, but I have a feeling because, yeah, he's had a decent game. You know, obviously he's coming off a huge performance. And, you know, we'll probably never top that again, but you still want to get him, you know, some consistency. But you want, obviously, somebody to step up, but I feel like it's going to be maybe one of the other 2 tight ends, whether it be Dinkins, Luke Reynolds. I mean, shit, Clifford just had his first catch. Julian Fleming had a catch earlier, dropped one. Evans just been in motion. Maybe him if they take a shot because he's their deep ball guy. But Harrison Wallace, really their number one. You know, where's he at? So like it could be anybody. But it's like just wear him out on defense. Keep running the damn ball. You know, just nothing stupid. Do not turn the ball over. So dun dun dun. But man, just got to keep it going. You know, I'm not jumping around now. I'll jump around later. You know, because Penn State needs to fucking pack it in and drive and score. Need to fucking just find a way to win this game. That's when I'll be jumping around, is if Penn State wins this game. 2nd and 2 from the 48. And fake the give. Perbula keeps it for himself in midfield. Down to the 39 he goes. And a first down. And a good read by him because he was going to hand it off, it looked like. But the defender was there to wrap up Fat Man already. And he just kept it for himself. And, hey, I'm just going to run this way. See ya. And I got a hole and I got a first down. So, wouldn't want to be 14. Probably be number 9. For a first down to the 39. Move the sticks. Keep it going. Singleton in motion. Fake the give. Bubble screen. Pump fake. Down the middle. Caught. Wallace to the 22. Wind that clock. Even though we just start in the 4th quarter, fucking wind it. He was going to have another guy open over the middle, too, if he had another second or two. But a first down pass over the middle. Harrison Wallace for Penn State first down. Keep it going. Get back to the run game. Run to pass, pass to run. Keep him off balance. You want to be balanced, though. Keep it going from the 22, 1st and 10. And handoff, Singleton, no gain. Actually lost a yard. So 2nd down and 11. You don't want to get down in here and have drive stall and have to settle for 3, 17-13. Hopefully fucking makes it, doesn't miss it. But that's why you want to score a touchdown. Keep inching. Keep chopping away. Chop the fucking tree down. Put it in the fucking chipper. Get fucking 7 points out of this. 13:03 and counting to play. Singleton in motion. And they'll shuffle pass over the middle to Warren. And he's going to get them to 3rd and 3. Keep it going. I'm telling you. Keep it going. Third and 4 from the 16. Wallace in motion, trips now near side. Perbula rolls out, pass complete. Wallace inside the 10, spins at the 5 and takes a shot at that spot. 1st and goal. They'll mark him down at the 6. Let's go. Got to punch it in. Run it. You got 4 plays. Run it. They'll mark it at the 7 officially. 1st and goal. Perbula, quarterback draw. Where's that penalty? No face mask, no fucking horse collar. There is a flag on the play. Thank you. He got fucking clothesline from hell. And then they say illegal substitution, 12 on defense on Wisconsin again. That's the 3rd penalty total between the two teams on that tonight. And no call on a 1970s, like that's a football play. I don't mind the hit, but when it's clear and obvious and they call it any other fucking time nowadays, call the fucking penalty. Like this ain't Packers Steelers. But 1st and goal Penn State now at the 3.5 yard line. Warren out of the gun. Perbula, bottom of your screen. And Warren will keep it for himself. Bulldoze for about a yard, maybe 2. All right, second and goal, Penn State to the 2. Keep it going.
He was a high school quarterback in Virginia, started as a freshman. So we've seen him. We saw this in the Illinois game. He can run that mesh just like Purdue. He's just a much bigger body. He's 6'5".
Just nothing stupid. No turnovers. No penalties. Second and goal, Penn State from the 2. As they lead by 1 here, 14-13 with 10 and change to play, looking to extend their lead. Come on, boys. And Purbuola will motion out. Maybe a double pass. Warren out of the gun. And Warren was looking to throw to Purbuola. Probably should have, but would have went backwards. At least they go forward. He keeps it for himself again. Third and goal from the 1. Running again. And then running again on 4th and goal. If you don't get it, they're pinned deep. Believe in your defense. Yeah, you like the points because you probably should have kicked it earlier. You're definitely kick it now then because it's going to be up 7. Because you're already be up 17-13 if everything else goes the way it has. Third and goal, up under center. Now the motion out in the gun. Out of the pistol. And Purbuola looking to throw. Back of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Khalil Dinkins. What did I say? Another different tight end. Not Tyler Warren, but there you go. Touchdown to the Lions from 1 yard out. Purbuola just led the offense down on a almost 8-minute touchdown drive. What I say too, they needed one of those touchdown drives. Work some fucking clock. They do anything and everything you'd want them to do there. And they extend the lead. And they just ran a double crosser on 3rd and goal from the 1. And he's wide open. And thank God he caught it. Barker on for the extra point to make it an 8-point game with 10:01 to play. Snap, hold, kick, come on down, Ryan Barker. 21-13 Penn State. A little bit of more breathing room than 3-4 point, game. Now you're up 8. 21-13. Like I said, good teams find ways to win. Now it's back to the defense. Need another stop. Guess what Wisconsin's going to do because they're down? Throw the football. Guess what Penn State already has off them? Interception. So stop the run. Force pressure. Get another damn turnover off of them. Update some stats.
Focus, consistency, determination. That's what it takes, and I'm gonna make it happen.
Jimmy John's new smoke to try to burn the club taste with premium roasted meats and smooth burger sauce. Top shelf.
So Braden Locke, 13-26, $156. The interception, which at this rate is the difference in this game. Okay, because Penn State returned it for a touchdown, and now they're up 8. Walker, 20 carries, 49 yards. And the touchdown, just prior to halftime. Drew Aller. This is in the first half because he's been out the whole entire second half with a left leg injury. He is 14 of 18, $148, the passing touchdown to Nick Singleton, who has 10 carries, 39 yards rushing, and 3 catches, 37 yards receiving, and the touchdown. Purbuola in Aller's absence in the second half is 8 of 10, 65 yards, and the touchdown that we just saw to Khalil Dinkins from 1 yard out. Dinkins, 2 of 18, and the score. Singleton, as mentioned, 10 of 39 on the ground. Fat Man, Katron Allen, 6 of 33. Purbuola has 5 carries, 26 yards. Aller, 4 of 8. Warren, 2 carries, 2 yards there on that drive as well. Wallace with 5 catches, 67 yards. Warren, 6 of 41. Singleton with the first touchdown, 3 of 27 in the score. Fat Man, 4 of 22. Dinkins, 2 catches, 18 yards in that touchdown. Fleming, a catch for 16 yards. Clifford, a catch for 12 yards. But with 2 passing touchdowns and a defensive touchdown, Penn State leads by 8 with 10 minutes to play, 21-13. And Wisconsin, you think about it, they're lucky to have at least 3 of their 13 points, okay? Let alone 10 of them. Because the touchdown was a play after Penn State defensive penalty that they had them stopped. Or else it would have been a field goal probably. Okay? So it's 21-13, very well could be, 21-10, 21-9. So Penn State defense, as they'll kick off, back to them needing to stop. So we'll see if the defense can get it. As mentioned, we're also watching LSU Texas A&M. Had a little difficulty with that just within the past couple minutes, so get that reset. Michigan State, Michigan, and then SMU Duke are the 4 games we're watching. We're going to get to a recap and we're going to get to a preview, but don't think it's going to be anytime soon. We'll see how this game plays out and we'll go from there. But stay tuned. 1st and 10, Wisconsin from the 25, and open field tackle by Don DeLuca and Kobe King. About 2nd and 7 or so. Under 10 in play now. Penn State leads by 8, 21-13 if you're just now tuning in. So, get this pulled back up because for whatever reason wanted to act up just shortly ago. 2nd and 6 from the 29. Stuff them on the run. So loss of a yard, 3rd and 8. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. From the 28, 3rd and 7, pass over the middle, incomplete because the receiver wasn't paying any attention. And the quarterback tells him, look for the ball, because it would have been a catch and a run for a 1st down. But yeah, another quick 3 and out. Penn State defense off the field. Offense can get the ball back, and guess what? With a lead, especially on the road, you're going to run the football. Hey, you just won an almost 8-minute touchdown drive. Why not do it again? You'll be up 2 scores then, and there's 8:52 to play. So they're not going to have any fucking time left then at that point. And not that good of a punt, I might add, either by Wisconsin. But it will take a bounce inside of the 30 down to about the 25, 24-yard line. But Penn State ball up 8, 21-13 with 8:41 to play. 3 timeouts, obviously a 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning. But run the goddamn ball. Run the ball. Go another drive. So we'll see what happens, and I'll leave it at that. But they're in a good spot now. They're in a good spot. Just nothing stupid. You don't want to go backwards from here. Like keep momentum on your side. Keep it going. Defense doing their part. Offense finally did something. Just one of those games, man, that obviously they're gonna have to find a way to win again. And they were able to take a lead just a little bit ago, get another stop. So now this next drive, well, what are you gonna do now? Are you gonna go quick 3 and out, get them the ball back again, and defense needs another stop for you? Or that's what I said. Why not go another about 8-minute touchdown drive? There's 8:52 to play. You just took up almost 8 minutes on your last touchdown drive. Do it again. You probably won't. You'll probably go on half that if you do anything. But that's what I said. You wind the clock. Stay the hell in bounds. Run the goddamn ball. And just get out with a win. and then we'll get into everything else later. So stay tuned.
This one I know. Little orange. Neutral. Keep it tasty.
Wait, did we finally agree?
So commercial break continues. And we'll get back to the action here shortly.
They cast a spell to get pregnant together. We're dealing with witches, and the bodies are now all cursed and getting sicker than usual.
This is a once in a lifetime case. Monday, NBC and Pico.
Penn State 21-13 over Wisconsin. Timeout for Big Shot. Brought to you by Nissan. Is back from Bureau. He took over from Drew Aller and started a movement clock. Even then he got it. His feet underneath him. He settled into doing the things he can do. Beautiful job reading through his progressions on this
Yep.
play. And then again on the touchdown run. Nation.
Just take what the defense gives you. And they're helping them out in the run game.
He has played extremely well. 8 for 10, 66 yards in the touchdown. Drew Aller standing on the sideline that he is talking to his offensive line and saying, let's finish the job now.
Yep, finish it. 1st and 10 from the 24. Handoff, Fat Man, Katron Allen. 30. 34. For about almost enough for a first down. Just short, 2nd and inches.
And again, this is a Wisconsin defense that has been pretty solid, particularly in the last 3 weeks. They have not been giving up a lot of yards or points.
2nd in the yard. Dinkins in motion. Fabiola will hand off, but they stuff him. No gain. Loss of 2. 3rd and 3.
Watch it. He's really becoming an impact guy, pressing the line of scrimmage and getting inside and making.
Probably should have kept it for himself again.
Like Tressel said, our defensive linemen have gone from the mentality of just doing the job to making an impact. Rather than just putting your head
Convert. Convert here. 3rd and 3.
back at the line of scrimmage a couple yards, and that's not exactly.
Trips in a bunch near side. Wallace in motion. And Fabiola rolls out near side. It's going to be caught. Liam Clifford gets pushed out of bounds, so clock's going to stop. But
Good timing. Run to his left, gets his shoulders around.
they get a first down. That's what matters right there.
It's a safe throw. It's not there.
Obviously, try to stay in bounds if you can.
He had a little separation,
Wind the clock.
and he delivered the ball for the first down.
You know, maybe they'll go, for a home run here. Maybe go deep.
And then Purdue with another completion.
Not just quite yet, but maybe soon. 1st and 10 from the 36. Handoff, Singleton for 6, maybe 7.
Singleton and Allen, particularly in a game like this, at this point of the game, the fact that both of them are playing, they both should be more fresh than Tommy Warren, who has been kind of having to carry the load on his own.
Yeah.
You got 2 guys, you can use them interchangeably, and when you need them now,
Yeah, can they run the football here when they need to? 2nd and 4 from the 42. Warren in motion. Miscommunication with the... Oh, God. Okay. Clifford with another catch. The little red dog. Yeah. Miscommunication. Fabiola turned around right. Singleton went left on the give. So Fabiola making a play out of nothing. And then somehow Clifford's wide open. So he just threw it to him. And hey, guess what? Caught the ball. First down. Yeah, he got out of bounds again. Clock's going to stop. But new set of downs. 1st and 10 again. Clock's going to wind, though, after they reset the chains. So don't snap it until you have to. Drain this fucking play clock. Wind the game clock. 5.5 to play. 1st and 10, Penn State from 35. And Singleton for 2, maybe 3. Shit, they might even give him fucking 4 yards on that. the clock. Work the clock. Yeah, and if you go up 11 with a field goal, it's a 2-score game, 24-13. You go up with a touchdown, 28-13. It's still a 2-score game, but 15. And rather than a touchdown with a 2-point and a field goal, Wisconsin needs 2 touchdowns, 1 normal, 1 with a 2-point. So, as I said, run the ball, go on a touchdown drive here. Like, finish the job, as they were saying. Put them away. Shuffle pass over the middle, be 3rd and short. I'll take a field goal comes down to it. You're up 11 with under fucking 5 to play. You know, believe in the defense. Probably be enough. But touchdown's even better. You know, game might be over then at that point. You know, they're able to do what they need to do in these late scenarios, which is damn good. As I say, good teams find ways to win. 3rd and a long one. More like a 1.5 yards. Oos in motion. Out of the pistol. Fake the give. For Beulah. Gets a first down. Wind that clock. Keep it going. He stays in bounds. And Oos was even going to be blocking for him downfield if he needed it. Yeah. So 1st and 10. They don't break the huddle until 9 seconds on the play clock. 3:21 to play. Penn State leads by 8. Got to go. Snap it. They will with 1. Direct snap to Fat Man, actually. Inside the 20, 15, 10, 5. He gets pushed in. Touchdown. Touchdown. Boom. With 3:10 to play, Penn State extends their lead with another damn good touchdown drive, but a running game and great clock management. And you're going to go back to the pick 6 is when it all flipped into their favor. And it all changed because they needed a stop, and they got it. Jalen Reed. But Fat Man, Katron Allen, 24-yard rushing touchdown. Penn State leads Wisconsin now 27-13 with 3:10 to play. Barker, extra point good once again. Both teams still have 3 timeouts, 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning to come in a minute 10, but Penn State leads by 2 scores at 15 now. So Wisconsin needs 2 touchdown drives, 1 normal touchdown, and then a touchdown with a 2-point. Just to tie, you know. So you're looking at, if they can score, and it's quick, onside kick, get the ball back to try to do it again. Because time ain't on their side. And shit, even with the 13 they have, that's why I said all game, they're lucky to have the 13 points. They are. At least 3 of the 13. You know, it goes back to that field goal to begin the game. And then, okay, they get the touchdown right before halftime, which that, you know, could have been a field goal. Probably should have been a field goal, but because of the penalty, okay. And then you give them another field goal. So, you know, 2 field goals and a touchdown, but really 3 field goals. So it's not 28-13, it's 28-9, let alone 28-6. It's more than a 2-score game at that point. Just, defense needs 1 more stop. You know, if they can get a stop, game's over. They'll get to 7-0, and we'll have a top 5 matchup in Happy Valley next Saturday at noon. So be sure to tune in live right here on YouTube for that. But as always, this game ain't over just yet. It ain't over till it's over. So we'll get more into that a little bit later on. What you doing, buddy? What's up, big dog? Come here, buddy. Lay down. What are you doing? So, I'll tell you these stats once more. For Beulah, 11 of 13, 98 yards. the touchdown to Dinkins, as Aller was 14 of 18 in the first half with 148 yards and a touchdown to Singleton. Fat Man 9, not of 69. They are making some noise though, but 9 of 64 and a touchdown. That from 24 yards out. Singleton 12 of 49 on the ground, 3 of 37 receiving the touchdown, and Fat Man 4 of 22 receiving. Perbuel was 6 carries, 28 yards. Almost had a catch on the one play Warren was looking to throw, but he kept it for himself. But yeah, Perbuel had a big third down conversion there, and then they run it again and keep running it, no doubt, as the Nittany Lion and Bucky the Badger are building something. A tower of packages. Be sure to scan the QR code. But Penn State on the kickoff, so yeah, we'll update all these here in a little bit. And touchback on the kick. They all pulled, yeah. And then boom, 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 hit the hole and go. It starts up front. You have to be able to block if you want to run the football. You have to be able to block to protect your quarterback. And you got to get off blocks on defense to get after the opposing quarterback and stop the fucking run. You know, talked about the line of scrimmage at the beginning of the game. And there you go. They've done what they've needed to do. Pass over the middle, caught. Talked about it at halftime. Penn State defense needed to lock down, crack down, and make stops. Find a way to win in this game. Need to stop. They got a pick 6. And then the offense had momentum. Run game with a lead. You're running the football. You're scoring. Passing touchdown. Rushing touchdown. You know, just... It ain't over until it's over. Regardless how shitty they're playing in the first half. Unless they're getting blown out and then it's too much. You know, if as I'll add 2 seconds onto the game clock from 2:45 to 2:47. 2-minute warning coming up, 3 timeouts apiece for both teams, but just yeah, man, just in sync, momentum, rhythm, just nothing was going their way earlier, and then everything was going their way late. You know. A.J. Harris going down. I think he got hit below the waist a little bit. Yeah. Both teams squeaking by, and then they play each other next week, yeah. We'll get to that in a minute.
Continues to be right in position if this game holds to form and win. Right where they want to be in terms of being in position for the Big Ten championship game and also
if you can read lips. Yep, that's what I said. That's all they're going to be talking about. Guess what? They're already fucking talking about it. It's like, shut the fuck up. We'll get there next week when we get there. Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing enough to get by for now, yeah. Because that's what I said 2 weeks ago after the win. I get you got a bye week, but don't get too high on your horse. You know, like I said, don't go out in a couple weeks and lay an egg. Well, it looked like, you know, it was potentially, you know, going that way. But Wisconsin's Still believing.
Before that comment of the game, he goes to the ground, he loses it when he hits. I believe this is an incomplete pass. I'm a little surprised.
Okay, they're reviewing the previous play on the field. That was an incomplete pass on the field, but they're looking to see if it was a catch and a fumble, or was it a catch and a fumble and now it's incomplete. Like, had the injury as well, so like, what the hell's going on? Okay, call on the field was incomplete pass.
He did scoop it up immediately. He always looks at that possession right after the fumble on a replay, but either way, I'd say that we're all three in agreement that this feels like a pretty clear incompletion, and we'll hear from
So after review, stands is called, third down, incomplete pass in the previous play, and third and what? Third and 10. From 36, third and 10. Pass far side, caught at midfield, first down. Yeah, they could have easily made a play on that, but they didn't. So first and 10 from midfield for the Badgers. Pass far side. Ooh, almost picked off and then picked off. Jalen Reed, now they're saying incomplete. Washington almost had it. He had one of those picks very similar at another W school he played at earlier this year in West Virginia. And then, he drug his foot, but did he catch it before his other foot hit out of bounds? Why don't you review that? Why don't you look at that? They said incomplete. It looked like a pick. Second and 10 from midfield. Pass over the middle. Oh, batted down. Rojas. Well, hey, it's in the air. Smell it coming. Turnover. I mean, that's back-to-back plays. They almost get an interception. So, hey, third time's a charm here on third down again.
He started off in the middle of the field, read the eyes, drifted to his left, and almost came away with the pick.
with 185 and the interception.
Third and 10 from midfield. And a screen near side, complete. And then Rojas wraps him up. So 4th and 8. 2:15 to play. Let's see if they get the snap off before the 2-minute warning or not. Yeah. From the 48. Seemingly they're going to hurry up and will snap it. Okay, here we go. Pass. Caught. Okay, first down Wisconsin at the 36. With 2 minutes to play, they're still down 15 now. Here, 28-13. So, defense still needs to make a stop. Like, you can't give up a score and, have it come down to an onside kick to knee it out. Like, you want to get a stop. Obviously, if it comes down to that, then okay, it comes down to that. But you still don't want to come down to an onside kick because they might recover. And then, they'd still need another touchdown and 2-point. To tie, that's a whole new ballgame. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Commonly supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for privilege.
Surgery. For prisoners, every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Yeah, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that. Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail without money. Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
And Trump was in Happy Valley today. He held a rally at the Bryce Jordan Center, 4 o'clock this afternoon, and said, hey, we love Penn State. Obviously loving this comeback at Wisconsin tonight, but former and hopefully soon to be future president, Donald J. Trump, will be in attendance of the Ohio State-Penn State game next Saturday at noon, as well, I might add. So he's in State College in back-to-back weeks. And we'll get more into that in a little bit. So you think the game with Ohio State, Penn State being a top 5 matchup is big enough as it is already. Well, add the president showing up, okay? And from what I've gathered, when he attends sporting events, the home team normally wins, I might add. So just keep that in mind. But, yeah. We'll see what happens here to close this out, and then we'll do what we do with recapping and previewing and so on and so forth. I doubt we're going to get to actual other college football scores, though, here this evening. We'll figure that out as we go along. Might save it for the NFL. So stay tuned for that. 1st and 10, Wisconsin, though. 2 minutes to play, down 15 from the 36-yard line. Pass over the middle, caught, tackled right away. Who is that? Carter.
It's a scary sight for a slot receiver coming across the middle.
Penn State maybe bringing the house. Yeah, they brought everybody. And then a couple good blocks, so Wisconsin's going to get a first down. And there's probably some people right now, other than Penn State, but hoping for Wisconsin not to score. And run to the 16-yard line, 1st and 10. Once again, remember, the over-under was right around 48, 28-13. So you do the math, if they score, it'd be 28-20, you know, depending on what you had of that. That's a hold, oh my God. Pass in the end zone, incomplete. So 2nd and 10 with a $1:22 to play.
Wisconsin doesn't always play up tempo now. They do it intermittently. They like to mix personnel groups. But when they practice during the week, they always practice up tempo. That keeps their offensive linemen in good conditioning. So they're used to doing this tempo.
Penn State with a timeout. They're first. Make sure they're set. Make sure everything's right. Yeah. So said, hopefully he's okay. So 2nd and 10, Wisconsin after the Penn State timeout. They're going to bring the house again. Quick pass near side, complete. But they wrap them up after about a yard. Wheatley, they'll wind the clock, but Wisconsin with a timeout with a $1:15 to play. Yep. Now both teams have 2 timeouts remaining apiece. Yeah, they have. Yep. That's what I said. When Matt Millen's on the call, Todd Blackledge is on the call, like, you're going to hear the truth about Penn State football. You're not going to hear, you know, fucking what all the other announcers, no offense to them, but what they have to say or what they're being told to say, you know, whether it's true or not, you know, agree to disagree. Pressure, roll out, pass high, incomplete. So 4th down and 9 coming up. So 4th down from the 15 for Wisconsin to keep the game going. Penn State gets off the field, makes a stop, take a knee, game's over. And it's caught, but he's wrapped up short of the marker. He's a good yard short. That's turnover on downs. And that's not a first down. That's turnover on downs. That's Penn State ball, 1st and 10 with a 15-point, 28-13 lead. Boom. They still can't cover this fucking slant. They haven't been able to all season. I don't know what it is. Like, they give up the slant, but even when they're actually covering it, they still can't cover it. So Penn State ball, 1st and 10 after the turnover on downs. Big win. Yeah. Had a bye week last week, but 2 straight road games. As Blackledge is saying, I'll repeat them. They had to come from behind in the second half and find a way to win. And good teams find ways to win. And now they're going to return home next week for the first time in a month. Obviously, they've been home practicing, but game-wise, they've been on the road past 2 games with a bye week in between. So that's 3 weeks. You know, 4th week from the start of October to the start of November. There you go. Take a fucking knee. 2 timeouts. They probably won't call them. They know the game's over. Actually, Wisconsin does call a timeout. Or no, they won't. Just take a fucking knee. Get it under 40 seconds and take a fucking knee. They ran it for 3 yards up the middle there. But yeah, Wisconsin, even with 2 timeouts, they're going to lose. Down 15. There's nothing they can do. Just take a knee. I mean, obviously, yardage-wise, well, they'll run it again. All right, Fat Man off to the races, 20-25 to the 29. 1st 10. And wind the clock, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And Penn State's going to beat Wisconsin tonight, 28-13. They could have easily took 2 kneel downs there. I don't know why they ran the ball, but Penn State's 7-0. Wisconsin falls to 5-3. Wish them well. They won't play again until 2026. Wisconsin will come to Happy Valley for the first time since 2018 then. Post-game handshakes. James Franklin and Luke Fickle, and we'll have a James Franklin on-field post-game interview. Yeah, resiliency for sure. Just found a way. Proud of him, as he always is. Injuries, but still found a way. Next man up. Yeah. Yep. Run game, and 3rd down for sure. Well, they were 2 of 6 on 3rd down at halftime, 0-1 on 4th down. We'll see what the final stats say. Yeah, Rabiola. Slow, rocky start, but talk about some poise You know, just calm, cool, collected. The defense, the interception return for a touchdown sparked the momentum. And, okay, they went up 14-10 and then really never looked back. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Wisconsin will celebrate the win. We'll get to Wisconsin next week. He ain't going to say shit about the Buckeyes. Not just yet, he won't. But yeah, Penn State will host Ohio State. It'll be a top 5 matchup in Happy Valley next Saturday at noon. Yeah, he was ready. It was a yard short of 100 yards passing, but he had 27 yards rushing. Couple touchdowns. Yeah. That's all that matters is a win. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Bo. Good luck next week. Noah?
Well, that kid, I think it is a really interesting example of somebody who...
You know, they got a good problem to have if they got to run 2 quarterbacks now, which they've ran packages, but because of a situation with a potential injury, you know, yeah. Like, because I feel like if they probably weren't running packages with him, you throw him in tonight, it probably honestly would have been a hell of a lot worse. Yeah, they did have him ready. That's the coaching. They've learned from their mistakes in the past in that regard, which we touched on earlier. I'm not getting into that. We're not going backwards, we're going forwards. Another interview. James Franklin to Bo Buell. Now Jalen Reed knows his interception return for a touchdown that sparked the comeback. 19-yard interception return for a touchdown. He just was sitting there waiting for it. Basically, he never really jumped the route. He was just playing defense, playing his coverage. How the quarterback never saw him beats me, but he's like, all right, you want to give me the ball? Okay, I'll catch it. I'll run it back. Touchdown. We go up. They stepped up, but it took them a while. But it's the second half. You know, that's nothing new. The defense, yeah, in the second half, they make stops. Yeah. You had a couple guys, you know, we really haven't said much about tonight making plays. But that's team win, you know. It's just, hey, next man up. It's a team win, as it was 2 weeks ago, as it always is, you know. But yeah, should be a good one. I'll have live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube then. Yeah, might determine on who could be playing in the Big Ten championship game. Presumably against the Oregon Ducks. They are the number 1 team in the country. And Penn State's 3, Ohio State's 4. You know, so all 3 very well, for all we know, could make the fucking playoff. You know? But we'll get into that later. They're going to sign off as Penn State wins on Big Ten Saturday night on NBC. 28-13 your final score. Penn State beats Wisconsin Badgers. Won 6 in a row now against Bucky. Last losing in 2011. Which was on the road at Wisconsin. Like I said earlier, that was the last game of the regular season. That was a couple weeks after they fired Joe. It's the last time they lost to Wisconsin. Yeah. Now, they haven't played them every year, but they still have taken care of business when they have. They won't play again until 2026. So not next year, but the following year. And it'll be here in Happy Valley as Wisconsin will return. The favorite for 2 straight road games for Penn State, Wisconsin in 21 and 24, because Wisconsin hasn't played at Penn State since 2018. Yeah, that's that for that. Probably won't, at this rate, update any college football scores from other games, just because we'll do that at a later date, and it'll be in the NFL coverage for this weekend, so be sure to stick around for that. Stay tuned for the Giants and Steelers, but I won't be home Monday night, so we're going to be watching the game also later. We'll cover what we need to get caught up on with college football and the NFL in that regard during that live stream, so be sure to tune in whenever that might occur. It might be sometime next week. Looking at Tuesday, but it might be Wednesday, it might be Thursday, it might be Friday. I don't know yet. It's going to be for next Saturday. I can guarantee that, though, because Penn State hosts Ohio State next Saturday at noon, which is going to be a damn good game, and that's all anybody's going to be talking about this week. With the Buckeyes and the Lions, it'll be the latest they've played since 2019, which was right before Thanksgiving. That was at Ohio State, though. This will be the latest Ohio State's come to Penn State since 2009. Okay? Obviously, Ohio State won both those games, for what it's worth. But, November the 2nd, right before Election Day, and you'll have the former and hopefully soon-to-be future president in attendance as well, I might add. But both teams squeaked by today. Ohio State hosted Nebraska earlier, ended up beating the Cornhuskers, and then Penn State went to Wisconsin tonight, and then ended up coming from behind and beating the Badgers. So, top 5 showdown in Happy Valley next Saturday at noon with Ohio State and Penn State, the Buckeyes and the Lions. It'll be a Fox Big Noon game, and Big Noon kickoff will be on site. I'm pretty sure ESPN College Game Day will also be there as well, if I'm not mistaken, unless they decide to go elsewhere. But top 5, big one in the Big Ten. Really, what more could you ask for? But as they'll be talking about the game, the main things they'll be talking about is, well, Penn State hasn't been able to beat Ohio State since 2016. Okay? And, Penn State and Ohio State today both barely won, but hey, a win's a win still at the end of the day. And then what about Drew Aller? Like, those are going to be your main headlines, your topics of discussion for sure, no doubt about it. I can already fucking see it. I can already hear it. Just don't be surprised, okay, overall, long story short. And obviously you're going to have the president show up, which is going to be a big deal. We're going to get into that later, as in next week. Because presidents have shown up to campus in University Park, home of the Nittany Lions, but I don't believe a president has ever attended a Penn State home football game, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pretty big fucking deal, especially with the way the country is right now, and it's a few days before Election Day, on if he's going to get in and save America and make America great again, or if it's going to continue to go to shit. But Donald Trump did have a rally at the Bryce George Center today on campus, I might add, as well. So if you didn't know about that, didn't see that, be sure to check that out. That was this afternoon. and he'll be returning now, like I said, next week for the game. As far as we know, unless plans change, obviously. But he wants to win Pennsylvania because if he wins Pennsylvania, he probably wins the election once again. Because in 2016, Trump won Pennsylvania and won the election. In 2020, he didn't win Pennsylvania and lost the election. Here we are in 2024. Okay? But talk about Penn State not being able to beat Ohio State is what everybody's going to be talking about. But last time they beat them in 2016, okay, the week prior, as Penn State had a bye week. 2 weeks before that, they won in overtime. Okay, very similar, just beating USC recently, in overtime, and then a bye week now tonight. Okay, game's a week later technically this year than what it was then. But Ohio State, the week before that game against Penn State in 2016, had trouble on the road. It was at Wisconsin, where Penn State just played at tonight, inside of Camp Randall. And they barely won. And then they came here to Happy Valley. Obviously, Marcus Allen blocks the field goal. Grant Haley returns it. And he'll score. Touchdown. Penn State beats the Buckeyes 24-21. They go on to win the Big Ten. Go to the Rose Bowl. Obviously, that was then. This is now. Just they got to find a way to win next week for sure, no doubt about it. Just they're in a good spot. Like I said 2 weeks ago, with the way they won, depending on how the season progresses, you're probably going to look back and say, well, that was when you knew. It's going to be even more so true next week. You'll know how good Penn State football is after next Saturday. Okay? Plain and simple, end of story. You will. But even with that, and one damn good loss then at that point, if it boils down to that, it's going to be, well, you can still take care of business. You can still hope for, some help potentially. But 12-team playoff, you're in, So it's not the same topic of, well, yeah, they lose here, they still can't get in. Well, they win here, they win there. Even if they still lose here or there, they can still get in. Okay? Like, that's where it's at. That's just the world we live in. Okay? To state facts. No doubt about it. Going to be a huge game next week. So, it's the helmet stripe, okay? Because the whiteout is in 2 weeks against Washington, as the Huskies will come to Happy Valley. Every trip they've made across country, they've lost. Okay, they also lost at home against Washington State in the Apple Cup earlier this year. But they lost at Rutgers. They lost at Iowa. They lost at Indiana earlier today. And they'll come to Happy Valley, the Washington Huskies will, in 2 weeks' time. That's the whiteout. Next week is the helmet stripe, okay? Which basically means it's also a whiteout. As they already called for whiteout energy. Stripe out as well a month ago. Earlier this month, actually. But it'll be a month ago come next week. But the helmet stripe is the whole stadium's in white, and then as Penn State's helmets are, and then you have the, blue stripe down the middle at the 50 on both sides of the stadium, the east side and the west side. So there you go with the game day theme for next week, if you didn't know. But it's still going to boil down to just playing football. You can talk about this, you can talk about that, whatever storylines you want to talk about with Penn State, Ohio State. Okay, Fine by me. I'll discuss them with you. But it's still going to come down to playing football. It's going to come down to the basics. Okay? It's going to be keeping it simple. It's going to be balance. It's going to be consistency. It's going to be the running game. Okay? Ohio State earlier. Running the ball, not so much. They want to get back to that. Penn State had it a little bit earlier tonight, not so much. But then in the second half tonight, they were able to run the football when they needed to. And they worked clock. And then especially at home next week, crowd's going to be into it. If you can run the football, play Penn State defense, turnovers be the difference, along with special teams, you're going to be in a damn good spot. You will be. So obviously we'll see what happens, next week. But yeah, still take care of business. Franklin still doesn't have anything to do with Ohio State just yet. Celebrate this win. Get back home tonight safe and sound. They'll have meetings tomorrow, if not practice, depending on at this rate in the season, if they're off Sunday or off Monday, then they'll get back to practicing, for the rest of the week. But you're going to have a game that's going to determine, some stuff next week for sure. A big one. The big one in the Big Ten, as they'll be calling it, with Ohio State and Penn State. Buckeyes and Lions, next Saturday at noon, November the 2nd, 2024, with President Donald J. Trump in attendance. So, let's make America great again, but as always, we are Penn State. And hopefully you'll tune back in live right here on YouTube for those live play-by-play, watch longer actions as well. So, that's that. Tonight, as they're already showing off highlights on the late local 11 o'clock news on NBC, because I haven't turned the channel yet, as there was the interception. That's when the tide turned. That's when Penn State got momentum. 6:30 to play in the third. They're down 10-7, get a pick six, go at 14-10. Wisconsin gets a field goal at 14-13. Penn State with a touchdown. 28-13, your final score. Just, they are able to do what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it. Penn State 7-0. Wisconsin falls to 5-3. Wish them well. They'll host Oregon in a couple weeks. So see how that game goes. But Penn State's got a big one, and it's going to be a big game every week now the rest of the season, because you're not going to get any time off because you've had your 2 bye weeks, let alone 1 bye week. They were lucky to get 2 bye weeks this year just with the schedule the way it is and all the conference games you play. That's just the way it's set. And they got an early bye week and then a mid bye week. That was last week, middle part of the season, and then you get a month from tonight till the end of November the 30th. Okay, and then if you're playing for a conference title game, that's the next week, and then if you win that, you're going to be getting a first round bye in the playoff. But if you're a 5 to 12 seed, you're going to be playing in that first round 2 weeks later. So you're only going to get another week or 2 off anyway. Let alone if you have a first round bye, you're getting basically the whole month of December off until those next games and the bracket, which would be second round matchups, quarters before the semis, and then so on and so forth before we get the national championship game mid-late January, as they're going to try to get back to Atlanta, home of the Peach Bowl, where they were last year at the end of the season, but lost. Obviously, you want to get back there at the end of this year and be playing and hopefully winning a national championship, because this team's fucking capable of going that far. They are. They just got to keep, doing what they're doing. It's 1-0 mentality. Just keep doing what you're doing. One play, one drive, one quarter, one half, one game at a time. Just keep putting it all together. Keep building. It takes a foundation to build a house. Well, you're 7 weeks, 7 games, 7 wins in. 5 more to go in the regular season, and then, depending on where you sit at come playoff time, if you're there, but you got to basically be in the top 10, because that 11-12 seed, could get interesting just depending on what else is, going on in the sport, with who, is beating who and so on and so forth, and who's not, but, like, college football, you're going to be playing 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 games potentially. At this rate, you are. It just really depends. Because then say, well, you make it to the conference title game, you lose, well, you're going to be playing in 2 weeks. You're not getting, a couple weeks off. So then that's, well, all right, yeah, sucks to lose that, but then you win out or try to win the next one. Shouldn't even be looking that far ahead, but just connecting everything here before we sign off, before we get a full recap and go from there. But just obviously, as Franklin's always proud of them. Yeah, I mean that was an overall team win tonight because they were down and out again and needed the second half. It's not a 30-minute game, 6-minute game. It ain't over until it's over. And because if it was a first quarter game, second quarter game, first half game, yeah, they would have lost. They're down 3-0, 10-7 at halftime. They're up 14-13 in the third, and they're up and winning, final score 28-13 at the end of the game. So it ain't over until it's over. Plain and simple. I hate always having to explain that because people don't fucking believe it, but it's true. It's one of the most truest things in sports, because you don't know what the hell's going to happen. You don't. That's why you play the game. And it's out on paper, it's out on the field. We're not coaching, we're not playing, they are. So, big win, especially on the road again, and having to win the way they're winning right now. But hey, good teams, once again, find ways to win. They got to keep this going, though, Hopefully, knock on wood, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the ass, sometime down the stretch. And they can get over slow starts and, so on and so forth, still needing to be a second half team to win. You want to be a complete full game kind of team, like you want to be getting out to the lead and okay, maybe every once in a while you have something not go your way, but then you want to keep doing what you're doing in the second half. You want to put teams away, you do, because you want to win. I'm not saying around with the score or anything like that, but you want to keep doing what they're doing. You do. Like, it's not that hard to understand. It's just mind-boggling at times, yes, that they know what they need to do and then they don't do it. Because 9 times out of 10, that's the way it is. Because you're hoping and wishing and so on and so forth for this to happen. But, when it actually does happen, a damn good thing, Like, so I said, with a running game, and needing stops, and getting turnovers, and continuing to run the football, and working clock, and just, so I said, they were clicking on all cylinders again in the second half. They were doing what they needed to do, when they needed to do it. And at the end of the day, they got a job done. You know, that's what matters. A win's a win. You know, I don't care if it's by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Remember, it was a 3-4 point game a couple different times. And then it was a 1 point lead after they got the pick six and then gave up a field goal. And then it was all Penn State after that, 2 touchdowns, you know, and they win by 15. So 28-13 your final score once again. You got to keep building, you know, got to keep building. And next week's going to be another test for him. But I felt pretty confident going into the USC game. I did, just with the way, you know, the Trojans at that point in time were playing. You know, and because remember, at that point in time, they had only lost 1, make it 2 games. All right. Still lost to Penn State, but then they lost again last week too before they won last night. You know, they're 4-4. Okay, so yeah, you want USC to probably win some for sure, because then if not, it's not going to be that good of a win. You know, as the season progresses, regardless of what you do. Yeah, just strength of schedule with the way the teams are playing, they're beating. Yeah, I could hear people saying, "Well, they're not that good," you know. Well, when they played them, you know, they gave them all they fucking could handle, you know. So, well, what are you gonna say now? You know, because it's just the college football season. It's just sports. It goes up and down. You know, it's just momentum. You know, whether you have it or you don't. But like I had felt confident going to the USC game 2 weeks ago. I did. You don't believe me? I said it during that live stream, so be sure to check it out. But yeah, they lost at Michigan, beat Wisconsin, and then lost at Minnesota. But remember, they only lost to Michigan by 3. You know, only lost to Minnesota by a few. Like come down to the wire, and then they had Penn State earlier. They won on the mat. Penn State to come from behind and win in overtime. And then USC went to Maryland last week and lost only by a few. You know, so yeah, they've had some close games to say the least. But I said all that to say this because of Penn State hosting Ohio State now next week. And good thing for Penn State this year, it's here in Happy Valley. Because they'd have to be going out to the shoe next Saturday. I mean, I'd still feel confident, but I don't know how confident. You know, because they've gone out there and won in some big games before. You know, but as of late, yeah, I get it. You know, Penn State hasn't been able to beat Ohio State. You know, Franklin only has 1 win against the Buckeyes, you know, in his tenure. And it was 2016. And he's been the head coach since 2014. Okay, in his 11th year. So he's 1-9 against Ohio State entering next week. And some people will still say, well, because of a fluke play, well, they blocked the field goal and returned it for a touchdown, and then the defense held. Like, they still went on to win the Big Ten then, beating Wisconsin, I might add. And then, you know, Rose Bowl game. But, like that's what I said. Good thing it's here at Penn State next week. But even if it's out there, I still feel confident. At least I don't know how confident, but right now as I sit here, I'm feeling probably about the same as I did for Penn State at USC for what, you know, is to potentially come next week for Penn State Ohio State. Like, I'm feeling pretty confident right now. But once again, like I said, you don't want to get too high on your horse. You don't. You don't want to get too cocky or, you know, too laid back, or just, you want to keep pushing. You want to keep going. So, like I said, there's going to be a ton of storylines. No doubt about it. You know, we've touched on those. Just with everything. Truly, we have. And I'm sure there's going to be more. But it's going to come down to the basics of football. It's going to be line of scrimmage. It's going to be a run game. It's going to be pass game. Hopefully Drew Aller's okay. If not, well then Beaupert Buell is in. You know, you believe in him. He showed some signs tonight after a slow start. He did. But yeah, run the ball, stop the run. Ohio State, same thing. But you know, they've been having some trouble in that regard. So they say, you know, don't say I'm making that up or anything like that. That's straight from Ryan Day. You know, they want to run the football. You know, they need to run the football. They want to do it better because they're not really doing it that well. Obviously, not verbatim, but just you get the gist, okay? But I think it's going to boil down to just the basics of football. The line of scrimmage with the run game. Can you run it? Can you stop it? Pass game. Can you force turnovers? But clock management, with time of possession, field position, special teams. Like it feels like it's going to be built as one of those big games. That you can't miss, and rightfully so, as it should be. But then it's like, all right, we'll see how it goes when it kicks off. But really, just is it going to be another same old for Penn State? They can't beat Ohio State. They can't beat Michigan. Well, they don't play Michigan this year, folks. They'll go to Ann Arbor in a few years in their next meeting. But is it going to be the same old? They can't beat Ohio State, or are they going to go out and show out and showcase everything they've done to this point? And no, we're fucking for real. And that's why I said they have the potential, no doubt about it. But to showcase that to everybody, because everybody's going to be watching that game next week. And hopefully they'll be tuning in live right here on YouTube for my live watch long reactions. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. So, obviously we'll see what happens. We'll see what it gives. But it just feels like it's going to be one of those games, man. One play, two plays, probably going to determine the game. Come down to the wire. And like I said, good thing it's at home. And, Penn State will have the crowd. The run game, the defense in the second half. Just, how they play in those big games. They always do something fucking stupid. Like, don't do anything stupid next week. Don't run something that fucking a Pee-wee team wouldn't even run. Okay? And don't chase points. Take them while you can get them. All right? Because they've been in those positions before and they've cost themselves. Or else, a few of those games might have been wins, for all you know. So I'll leave it at that. But I was saying all that to say that, like I said a little bit ago, I feel pretty confident with the way they're playing right now, heading into next week. Especially with the way Ohio State's, playing as of late as well. Good, but it's, according to Buckeye fans, still not good enough, and they still want to fire Ryan Day for, winning a bunch of games for him. Like, are they fucking crazy? I've said what I've said, and the nation has either been in agreement or not, about Franklin at, points and times. But it all just boils down, it depends on the situation. And that's why I said after 21, obviously, hoping for, some brighter future. But sometimes you got to go through the bad, to get back to the good. Take one step, two steps back to go forward. Like there's a bunch of programs that would, die for what, Penn State and Ohio State football are, and have been and will always continue to be. And that's a top-notch blue blood, program in all college athletics, especially college football. Obviously nowadays it's money, 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 but not getting into that tonight. But ain't that life? It's about money. Whether you have it, whether you don't, who you know, who you don't know, so on and so forth. Not getting into a life lesson either. But no, just I feel pretty confident. I do. For Penn State heading into next week's game against Ohio State. So we'll see what happens. But last time, sort of went their way. Like I said, the win in 2016, and a lot of stuff in 2024 is repeating itself, and hopefully about to repeat itself again. As it did then, 2016, 2024. Penn State overtime win, bye week, that happens. And then Ohio State barely wins the week before, then they get upset. Obviously, Penn State not unranked as they were then, ranked now. Third in the country, Ohio State 4, Oregon 1 earlier, Georgia was off at 2. So the top 4's going to stay the same. It's going to be Oregon, Georgia, Penn State, Ohio State. And it'll be a top 5, 3 versus 4 matchup next Saturday, it looks like, here in Happy Valley in the Big Ten. Obviously, the AP poll will come out tomorrow at 2 o'clock. The new college football playoff rankings will be getting released soon as well. So then they'll be going by that the rest of the way. I believe those come out for the first time, not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday, if I'm mistaken, which is also Election Day. So a lot going on, just not in sports, but in the world, especially here in the good old United States of America. And President Donald J. Trump will, as far as I know, be in attendance next Saturday, once again, for the game, as he held a rally earlier here today at the BJC, the Bryce Jordan Center, for Central Pennsylvania. The red. Obviously, Penn State's blue and white, and you'll have Ohio State coming in, with their scarlet and gray, red and white, if you will. Penn State blue and white. Obviously, it's blue and white, black and gold for myself and football. It's blue for Penn State, but then as I'll be taking on Ohio State, who's red. A few days before Election Day, you want the blue to win on Saturday, but you want the red to win that Tuesday night. Save America, make America great again. Like I said, going to be a big deal, Trump showing up to the game. Because presidents have been to University Park before, but like I said, I don't feel like, let alone know of any circumstance before, that they've shown up to attend a football game. They've been there to have this rally or speak or whatever the case may be. Just being in town. Flying in and being in town, but not actually attending a game. So, we'll see what happens. What we got here? Yeah, because it still just boils down to play football. So, see if Penn State can, as they're 7-0, coming off of bye now, continue to get the job done next week as they'll host Ohio State. So, I'll leave it at that, and we'll get more into that game next week. So stay tuned for those live play watch on reactions. Now let's recap Wisconsin. Get some stats here as they'll load. There we go. All right. Yeah, no official college football recap preview along with the NFL at this point in time. We'll get to that at a later date. So stay tuned for that. But next week, obviously, Penn State hosting Ohio State. Wisconsin's going to be at Iowa, which should be a good game. And then they'll host Oregon. And then Wisconsin will play at Penn State in 2026, as mentioned. Penn State now 17-4 all time on October the 26th. Seven and 0, have won 6 straight against Wisconsin. Now lead the series 12-9, and not a one-score game. It was a 2-score, 15-point outcome. So 4 of the last 6 now, one-score games. Keep that in mind in 2 years. With 18 and 24 of the exceptions. 12 and 15-point wins for Penn State. Win's a win, and all the other ones for the Lions too. 6 in a row against the Badgers. Haven't lost to Wisconsin since 2011. Penn State covers. The under hits for anybody interested and wondering that. As the House of Pain was in effect. And it looked like Penn State, not necessarily getting wrecked, but they stepped up to the challenge and they got the job done. So yeah, Penn State taking on a whole pack of Badgers. The Lions win 28-13 against Wisconsin, and now they can jump around from Madison back to Happy Valley. Maybe ride a Harley on their way back too. I think I'm going to go eat some cheese. I do. Nice ice cold, whether it be Miller Lite, Miller High Life, Milwaukee's Best, something, whether it be PBR as well, brewed in the state of Wisconsin. Sounds good with that. Cheese and beer. I'm either going to be fucking constipated as all hell, or I'm going to be shit hot. Big win, just overall big win. You know, you get to 7-0 by having to go on the road again and picking up another win in conference. You know, and came down to you having to make a play. You know, tonight, okay, yeah, they did it a little earlier than they did a couple weeks ago. And, you know, pedal to the metal then, and it was all Penn State after the interception return for a touchdown. But still just, they found a way. You know, when there's a will, there's a way. And they got the job done. We'll see the third down stat we talked about earlier. You know, being able to convert, get off the field, because they were, like I said, I believe it was 2 of 6 on third down in the first half, 0-1 on fourth down, but then Wisconsin was 4-9 on 1-1, if I'm not mistaken. We know about the Penn State defense in the second half. That's nothing new. So they don't go out like no punk. I'll tell you that. They find a way to come back and win it. And 28-13, your final score. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. And we'll get to some stats now from tonight's game. So 28-13 your final score. Penn State defeats Wisconsin, who falls to 5-3. Penn State 7-0. Braden Locke was 22 of 42, 217 yards. The interception was key. It was a pick six for Penn State to go up 14-10. Walker, 22 carries, 59 yards, and a touchdown just prior to halftime to take a 10-7 lead. Pauling had 8 catches, 79 yards. Anthony, 7 of 68. Williams had 2 catches, 41 yards. Dupree, 1 of 14. Waller had 11 total tackles. They had 1 sack, Wisconsin did defensively. And then they were 2 of 2 on field goals with a long of 50. So you think about it, all right, before we get into these Penn State stats, and a 2, 4, 9er, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, we'll call from a walkie-talkie next time these two teams play. Let alone maybe, yeah, next week, even the following week. Chris Farley from Madison, Wisconsin. Tommy Boy, who was based in Ohio. Black Sheep was based in Washington. Wisconsin, Ohio State, Washington, 3 weeks for Penn State. Hey, we are. But go back to the start of this game. And, okay, Penn State kicked off. You had Wisconsin get a first down, drive to around midfield. Penn State defense stops them. Get off the field. Wisconsin's punting. Penn State almost blocks the punt. This is a couple minutes into the game. Okay? Penn State almost blocks the punt. But they didn't. They don't. Ran right by him. And the punter, hey, I got a lane. I got green grass in front of me. I'm just going to take off and run. It was 4th and 9. So they needed 10 yards. He got like 13 or 14. And a first down. Okay? So then they continue driving. Drive stalls. They get a field goal, though. Wisconsin's up 3-0 with 3 points they should have never had. Okay? And they ended up with 13. Okay? So take that off the board. That's 10. Let alone Penn State scores. Remember, there's a sequence with the blocked punt that didn't happen. They get the first down. They kick a field goal. Penn State's opening drive. They drive. Had a pass that was caught yet dropped. So 4th and a yard. And they go for it. Don't get it. They could have kicked it to tie it at 3, but they decided not to. The time, okay, yeah, probably right call to go for it, but didn't get it. You could have had 3 points there because that was factored into the game as it progressed up until the time of the interception return for a touchdown, and then, you know, from there on out. But you had a stop then on defense because he turned it over on downs. Because remember, 4th and a yard, you didn't get it. Wisconsin football, Penn State defense gets the stop. They drive and score. Okay, it was the Aller passing touchdown to Singleton. Aller finished 14 of 18, 148 yards, and that passing touchdown. Was injured just prior to halftime. As Penn State was then down 10-7. He did not return. Hopefully he's okay. But Perbula stepped in. We'll get into that in a minute. But you had as these other late games are now finishing up, of course, we'll have some after dark action. But thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. You had Penn State as the game, you know, late first quarter, early second quarter, mid second quarter, teams settled down and settled into the game, you know, and just back and forth, really not a hell of a lot going on. The refs, yeah, there were some calls that could have been made. You know, whether they were missed or just they're letting them play, whatever the case may be, you know, they called it down the middle of it. I thought they did. They thought the refs compared to as, you know, other games we've seen, you know, just not this season, but more so this season, I think, than any other season as of late. I mean, even going back to the replacement refs, but officiating's tough. I get it, but officiating's really fucking bad right now. Like, it's pathetic. And all the injuries, you know, in the sport because of rolls here and there, and, you know, not practicing as much as, you know, you once did, and your body's just not accustomed to getting hit as much, and then once you do, you know, something happens. That's how it seems like to me right now with the injuries. It's just not soft, but it's not what it was, you know. And then you have a injury, you know, percentage skyrocket. But officiating, yeah, it's always garbage, for the most part. I can live with it if they call it down the middle. You know, I don't have a, you know, problem with it unless, you know, they don't call it down the middle. You know what I mean? That's when I do have a problem with it. If they don't call it down the middle, yeah, I'll say that. That makes sense, right? It's what time? Saying everything else, I can't get that straight. You know what I mean? Anyways, just refs tonight, I thought they let him play. You had Penn State, though, with a defensive penalty just prior to halftime when they stopped them on goal to go, and they were going to get the ball back with no timeouts because they were trying to stop the clock as much as they could, and they had time. Okay, but then 12 on defense, and then the very next play, Wisconsin scored to go up 10-7. So those 10 points right there, you know, you think about it, because of Penn State fuck-ups. Blocked punt to no blocked punt to a first down to a field goal to a penalty to a touchdown. You know, 10 points, they finished with 13. Okay, do the math. Give them another field goal there. But because of that, you know, it was 10-7 at halftime. Aller goes down with the injury. And then Prebula comes in. Penn State got the ball to begin the second half. It took Prebula a little bit of time to get going. It was a third drive. But by that third drive, they had got the pick six, go up 14-10. Defense right back out there, ended up giving up a field goal shortly then after that. So it's 14-13, but then Penn State went on it. About 8-minute touchdown drive. And it was Prebula finding Khalil Dinkins for a 1-yard passing touchdown for Penn State to go up 21-13. Which I said then, one of those drives right now would be awesome. You know, it'd be even better with a touchdown. If it comes down settling for 3, okay, 17-13, you're still at a 3-4 point margin. But you need to, you know, get it to something more than a 1-point lead as it was at 14-13, let alone, you know, 7-3, you know, down 10-7 or up 4 at 14-10. They needed to score, and they were able to run the football. They were able to work clock. They were balanced. They were consistent. You know, they were making stops on defense by this point in the second half, because we know Penn State's defense in the second half, they got a turnover off of it as well. As I said, they were clicking on all cylinders at that point in time, and it started with the interception return for a touchdown. You know, they had momentum. You know, they never looked back. They were doing anything and everything they needed to do when they needed to do it, plain and simple. And so they go up 21-13, long story short, and then obviously you get the ball back again, and then end up driving and scoring again. Whether it was that drive or the next drive, I can't recall, because there were a few punts. But hey, they still drove and scored. You know, Prebula was stepping in for Aller. 11-13, 99 yards passing, a touchdown to Khalil Dinkins. Had 6 carries, 28 yards rushing. in relief of Drew Aller, who went down with an injury, so hopefully he's okay. Aller, 14 of 18, as mentioned, 148 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Singleton. Perbuela's passing touchdown was to Dinkins. See, Aller was 14 of 18, 148 yards passing and a touchdown. Perbuela, 11 of 13, 99 yards passing and a touchdown. But then that last touchdown drive was even more run game. And then Fat Man Katron Allen busted a 24-yard run and touchdown. So starts up front. Knew about it at the start with Wisconsin. They're going to want to control the line of scrimmage. They're going to want to run the football. Well, Penn State, obviously the same thing. You want to control the line of scrimmage, run the football. You win the line of scrimmage, you're going to win. You win the turnover battle, you're going to win. You win the time possession battle, you're going to win. You know, like, it's just, it always boils down to basics. It does. Like, everybody makes it so much bigger and harder than it needs to be. But Penn State was blocking well, running the ball well. They were getting off blocks on defense, making stops. Like, so there were a few guys tonight, name-wise, that, we really haven't said so far this season. That's the type of game it was. It was a team win at the end of the day. So, but yeah, then they go up 28-13 and then, almost gave up a score, but Wisconsin turnover on downs, and then Penn State very well could have kneeled it out, but they ran 2 plays and game was over then. Final seconds ticked away. So final stats and scores now for Penn State. Drew Aller's mentioned this, 14 of 18, 148 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Nick Singleton, who had 12 carries, 49 yards rushing, but 3 catches, 37 yards receiving, and the touchdown. Bo Perbuela was 11 of 13, 99 yards passing, and a touchdown. That to Khalil Dinkins, who had 2 catches, 18 yards, and the score. Perbuela was also 6 of 28 on the ground. Fat Man Katron Allen, 11 carries, 86 yards, and a 24-yard rushing touchdown. Aller was 4 of 8. Warren was 2 of 2 on the ground. They had 35 carries for $173 and 1 rushing touchdown. Between the two quarterbacks, 25 of 31, 246, 2 passing touchdowns, and then a defensive pick 6 from 19 yards out by Jalen Reed. Mid-third quarter, about 6 and change to play to go up 14-10, and that's when they got momentum back on their side, and they kept it and didn't look back. And the Lions beat the Badgers here on Big Ten Saturday night, 28-13, once again your final score. Harrison Wallace, 5 catches, 67 yards. Tyler Warren, 746. Liam Clifford, 3 of 40. He had a couple big catches for sure, no doubt about it. Singleton and Fat Man, as mentioned, 3 of 37 and a score, 4 of 22 respectively. Singleton is still running the ball well, but run game, it's Fat Man being number one, in that regard. It's still a 1-2 punch, no doubt about it, but they're still balanced in the run game, 11 carries to 12 carries. Singleton just didn't have as many yards rushing. That's what I'm saying. Fat Man, stat-wise, at the end of the day, with balancing carries, he's getting more rushing yards and then a touchdown, but then Singleton's getting more in the receiving game. So, 11 of 86 and a touchdown, 12 of 49, and then Singleton was 3 of 37 and a touchdown receiving, and Fat Man 4 of 22. Harrison Wallace 5 of 67, Warren 7 of 46. So he had about a quarter of the catches he had 2 weeks ago, and way less yardage, but they still got on the ball. They still got him involved and got him touches. And it still opened up the offense with him being covered. Somebody's going to be open. We knew that at the start. 746 for him. Clifford 3 of 40. Singleton 3 of 37 and a touchdown. Fat Man had 4 catches, 22 yards. Dinkins 2 of 18 in the score. And Fleming had a catch for 16 yards. Should have had 2 catches. That drive was going to be a scoring drive if he caught that. They would have had goal to go inside the 10, but he dropped it. And then, remember, the 4th and yard, they go for it, don't get it. And then, they end up scoring on the next drive. But already had given up the fucking 3 points that Wisconsin shouldn't have had with the blocked punt that got turned into a first down, basically because they, faked it at that point. It's supposed to go down as, but it's just a fuck up. It's a fluke. At the end of the day. So, Wisconsin finishes with 13 total points. Probably should have only had 3, maybe 6. A little 9. Okay, I'll give them 13. But just the way the game played out is. I still don't know how the hell they didn't block that punt. That's what I don't. And it's been pissing me off since fucking it happened. And that was the start of the game. So how many hours now? And it's going to continue but just should have been a blocked punt, but no. And then they get a first down out of it because, hey, I'm just going to run, get first down, and then they get a field goal out of it. And then it was 3-0 and 7-3, 10-7 because of the penalty, and then injury, and then interception return for a touchdown, and strong run game, and so on and so forth. You get the point. I've said what I've said. But after the interception, they didn't look back. They didn't. 28-13 your final score. But yeah, Fleming and catch for 16 yards, but he should have had 2. You think about it, thank God he didn't drop one of those 2 fourth down plays 2 weeks ago. And the drop occurred tonight, even though you still don't want him to drop it. But because if he would have dropped one of those fourth downs 2 weeks ago at USC, they don't come back and force their time a little and win that game. And then it's been a long 2 weeks with the bye week until tonight. And then who knows what happens tonight then. I think it's a whole different perspective, whole different narrative at that point. No doubt about it. They said Penn State had 2 fumbles, but the one was by Aller on the 4th down. That it was turnover run downs anyway. So I don't know why they're counting it that way, but they are. And then for Biola, they said he had one as well, but obviously he also recovered that, so doesn't matter. So they didn't turn the ball over. They didn't. They played another complimentary, fundamentally sound football game at the end of the day. And it was defensively in the second half once again. Wheatley with 10 total tackles, 8 solo. Didn't have any sacks, but they had 5 tackles for loss. 2 by Alonzo Ford, the Old Dominion transfer. Smith Vilbert had 1. And then Devon Ellies, Devon J. Thomas with a half, Zane Durant with a half, Kobe King with a half, Dom DeLuca with a half, and Jalen Reed with a half. And then Reed had the interception return for a touchdown. So they had 3 offensive touchdowns, 2 passing, 1 rushing, and then Reed's interception for your total of 28 points this evening. And Barker was good on 4 extra points. And Thompson had 2 punts inside the 20. So, they pinned them to about, 10, 15 yard line for the most part. So it was field position, and time possession game. Big Ten football for you. Just, especially one up front in the trenches, line of scrimmage. First downs, Penn State was tied with Wisconsin with 10 apiece at halftime, from what I can recall. They finished with 22 to Wisconsin 16. Still 0-1 on 4th down at the end of the game, as they were at halftime. But remember, they were 2 of 6, if I'm not mistaken, as well at halftime on 3rd down. They finished 8 of 14 for the 8-1-4. And now they're coming home to host Ohio State. Wisconsin was 7 of 18 on 3rd down, 2 of 3 on 3rd down. Jesus Christ. How many fucking chances are you going to give them? Penn State, 1 yard short of rolling it up and smoking one with 419 total yards to Wisconsin's 298. Penn State with 246 passing to their 217 rushing, or 217 passing, excuse me. The rushing game is the difference in this game as well, no doubt about it. Where at halftime, Wisconsin was, more balanced than Penn State was. But then obviously Penn State in the second half is Penn State in the second half this year in 2024. So 419 total yards to Wisconsin's 298 with 246 passing to their 217 passing. Penn State with 173 yards rushing to their 81. Had 11 penalties. Penn State was 6 of them for 41 yards and 5 for 33 against Wisconsin. But look at time possession. 34-31 to 25-29. It was like a 20-second difference at halftime. They controlled the clock in the second half of the run game. So, yeah, 34-31 to 25-29 in favor of time possession for Penn State. That's, almost a fucking 10-minute difference, for God's sakes. Like, that is a lot. It's almost a whole quarter. You think about it that way. So, 28-13, your final score. Penn State defeats Wisconsin. And obviously, wish Wisconsin best of luck rest of the way. Obviously, some teams with tough schedules, some teams, right there in the middle. Some teams with not that much stuff, if you will. But they did what they had to do when they had to do it. That's what it comes down to, man. It does. And they're just hopefully getting better and better and better at this as the weeks progress and the games go by. Because good teams find ways to win. They do. So, obviously a big game next week. We've talked about that in length for this evening. We're going to get more into it next week, no doubt about it, because, we'll be sitting here again less than 7 days from now, next Saturday at high noon for a big noon kick with the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Penn State Lions. So be sure to tune in live right here on YouTube for those live play, watch along reactions as well. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Obviously on Wisconsin and fight on SC and UCLA's starting to put something together. It seems like Illinois, 2 losses, and 2 losses to 2 of the top 3 teams in the country, for God's sakes. And okay, non-conference wise, Penn State this year, just from the MAC to the Big 12 to anybody and everybody they played so far, obviously want to have them continue to win as much as they can. So they're going to make Penn State look better. So see what happens down the stretch. But Penn State hosts Ohio State next Saturday. But in the meantime, as always, we are Penn State. And thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Like the subscription below. And scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. So I'll see everybody now next week. But once again, in the meantime, Penn State jumps around inside of Camp Randall against a whole pack of Badgers up against Wisconsin. And the Lions beat the Badgers. Officially, once again, your final score, 28-13.